Something like 12 or 13 years ago, I started watching a cartoon about a blue cat who lived in a town where everyone was made from a different type of animation. His best friend was a goldfish with legs. His dad was a pink rabbit who had never successfully held a job. The whole thing took place against backgrounds that were very clearly just photographs of real suburban streets and shops, which gave it this texture I'd never really seen before in a cartoon. Real places, fake people, and the combination shouldn't have worked at all. My first thought was that it was the weirdest looking thing I'd encountered on television in a while. My second thought, about 3 or 4 episodes in, was that there was something underneath it, something the jokes were sitting on top of. The show about a blue cat and a goldfish and a town where nothing was quite normal was also, gradually, quietly, something else. I kept watching. The Amazing World of Gumball ran for 6 seasons between 2011 and 2019. It had 2 mini-series in the gap after that, and then in 2025, a revival arrived under the name The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball, which has already been renewed well into the future, so the world of Elmore is still very much ongoing. We're not at the end of this story. We might not be anywhere close. What I want to do tonight, and I'm going to be honest with you about what kind of video this is just go through it. The world, the characters, the little details I find interesting, and the big mythology that builds up over the course of the series and keeps building. There's more going on in this show than it has any business having, and I've wanted to talk about it slowly, without much urgency, for a long time. So this is that. About 5 hours of it. I'm not going to rush. There's nothing to rush toward. If you're watching this to fall asleep, I hope that works out for you. If you're watching it because you also find yourself thinking about Gumball at odd hours, welcome. You're among friends. The show came from a genuinely interesting place. Bockeley had been making commercial characters before this, and some of those unused characters eventually ended up in Elmore. The spirit of that origin is still there in the cast if you look for it. I'll get into it properly when we talk about the world itself. For now, a room full of characters who seem like they might have come from completely different studios, different eras, different visual traditions, somehow all sitting in the same classroom together. There's a lot to get through. I'm going to start at what feels like the right beginning, the world itself. What Elmore is, what makes it feel the way it feels. Because before you can talk about anything that happens in the show, it helps to have a sense of the place. Get comfortable. There's no hurry. Something I want to say before we properly start. I've structured this as a journey through Elmore from the outside in. We'll begin with the world itself, the place, the logic of how it works, and then move to the family at the centre of it. And then outward to the supporting characters and the mythology and the specific episodes that I find most worthwhile, and end with the revival and where things stand now. You don't need to follow all of it. If you fall asleep somewhere in the middle of the section, on Elmore Junior High, and wake up during the bit about Rob, that's fine. The sections are designed to stand on their own. You can drift in and out, and it'll make sense wherever you land. But if you stay all the way through, I think you'll find this world has earned the attention. So, Elmore, California, a fictional American suburb that functions as the setting for the entire show, and also, increasingly, as a character in its own right. I want to spend a bit of time on this before we get to the family and the mythology and all the rest of it, because I think the world of Gumball is genuinely unusual in a way that doesn't always get talked about properly. Most animated shows build their world from the inside out. They design the place, they design the characters to match, and the result has a kind of visual coherence. Everything belongs to the same register. The Simpsons looks like The Simpsons, Gravity Falls looks like Gravity Falls. The visual world signals to you immediately what kind of show you're watching. Gumball does something different. Gumball takes the opposite approach and somehow makes it work. The backgrounds in the show are real. Photographs of actual suburban streets, shopping centres, schools. The sort of places you might walk past without looking twice, filtered slightly, maybe brightened, maybe given a bit more contrast, but fundamentally real, literal photographs of the world. And then in front of these backgrounds, the characters exist. And the characters are made from everything. Absolutely everything. There are characters who are hand-drawn in a simple 2D style. There are characters who are fully rendered CGI. There are characters who appear to be stop-motion puppets. There are sock puppets. There are characters who are literally just photographs of objects with faces on them. There is a character, Susie, who is a live-action chin puppet, an actual human chin, filmed upside down with eyes drawn on it, wobbling around Elmore Junior High. And all of this coexists in the same frame, often in the same shot. The thing is, you stop noticing it quite quickly. Or rather, you don't stop noticing it because you never quite can, but you accept it. You absorb it as the baseline of how the world works. Once you've accepted that a blue cartoon cat and a CGI robot and a stop-motion sock puppet can have a conversation in front of a photograph of a real school hallway, and that this conversation will be treated with perfect seriousness by everyone involved, a lot of the show's other strangeness becomes easy to accommodate. I've thought about why this works, and I keep coming back to the same answer. It's committed. The show never winks at you about the visual incongruity. It never acknowledges that it looks this way. Characters from wildly different visual traditions interact as though they've always inhabited the same world, because in this world they have. The strangeness is the normalcy. And there's something else going on, which gets more interesting the longer you think about it. In Elmore, a character's visual style isn't just an aesthetic choice, it's essentially what that character is. A character who looks like a 1920s rubber hose cartoon character is, in some meaningful sense, a different kind of being from a character who looks like they were made in Illustrator. The visual diversity of the population reflects the fact that this world was assembled from parts and that those parts came from different places. We'll come back to that later when we start getting into the show's mythology, because it ends up being relevant in ways that aren't obvious at first. The show was created by Ben Bockley, who spent time in advertising before Gumball. He'd designed various commercial characters over the years, characters made for specific products, specific campaigns, and some of them simply hadn't been used. They existed in a folder somewhere. When he pitched the show to Cartoon Network, he gathered up some of those rejected characters and built a world for them. The original pitch was actually a bit more pointed about this. A school for reject cartoon characters. Specifically, characters who'd been created and then discarded, trying to find purpose and community. That concept softened and broadened into something more like a family sitcom, set in a strange suburb, and the rejected character, Origin, became background rather than foreground. But it explains the visual diversity of the cast, and it explains a certain quality that the show has, a warmth toward the marginal and the overlooked, toward things that were deemed not good enough for their intended purpose. There's a thread running through Gumball about what happens to things and people who don't fit where they're supposed to fit. We'll get to that thread eventually, and follow it quite a long way, but it starts here, in how the world looks, in why these particular characters are in the same room together. Elmore as a place is worth getting to know. Not all of it at once, that would take longer than this video, but the key locations have a personality that matters. The Wattersons' house is a terraced house on a residential street. It looks completely ordinary from the outside, which is consistently at odds with what happens inside it. The interior has a kind of elastic logic. Rooms are sometimes larger than they should be. Stairs lead to spaces that don't quite work architecturally, but the exterior is just a house on a street, with a neighbour's house visible through the living room window. That neighbour is Mr. Robinson. We'll come back to him. Elmore Junior High is where Gumball, Darwin and Aeneas spend most of their days, and where a large portion of the show takes place. It's a normal-looking secondary school in most respects. Corridors, lockers, classrooms, a gymnasium. except that it's staffed by a teacher who appears to have been teaching since ancient times and a guidance counsellor who seems incapable of successfully guiding anyone through anything. The mall exists, the grocery store exists, and is significant partly because Larry works there, and Larry works everywhere, which is a thing I'll explain properly when we get to Larry. There's a rainbow factory on the outskirts of town. This is where Nicole works. It is explained that the rainbow factory produces rainbows in a literal sense, and the show is particularly interested in clarifying this. It has a CEO who is the father of one of Gumball's classmates, and it employs Nicole for a salary that the show occasionally reveals to be impressively low for the amount of work she clearly does. And then there's just Elmore, the streets, the neighbourhoods, the places the characters move through. The show tends to use real photographs as backgrounds, which gives the town a slightly uncanny quality even before you factor in any of the stranger elements. You're watching animated characters move through a real place that doesn't quite exist. The show changed a lot between season 1 and the later seasons. This is worth mentioning because if you watch season 1 now, it can feel a bit rough compared to what comes later. Not bad, but less polished. The character designs are slightly different. The visual style is a bit less confident. The show was still figuring out what it was. By season 3, something had clicked. The visual language had settled. The character dynamics had found their rhythms. And most importantly, for our purposes tonight, the show had started to develop the mythology that the later seasons would lean into much more heavily. The Void appears for the first time in season 3. Rob becomes a named character in season 3. Penny's transformation happens in season 3. A lot of the things that distinguish Gumball as a show with genuine depth, rather than just a funny cartoon, crystallise in that third season. Seasons 4 and 5 push the mythology further. Season 6 wraps up a lot of threads and ends on a cliffhanger that took 6 years to resolve. And then 2025 happened, and Gumball came back as the wonderfully weird world of Gumball, and it's still going, which I find sort of wonderful. One thing I want to note before we move on, because it matters for everything that comes after. Gumball is a children's cartoon that is also a show about philosophy, about identity and purpose, and what happens to things that don't fit, about what the world owes to people who are created and then forgotten, about what love looks like in a family that is, by any conventional measure, quite a mess. It's not heavy about any of this, it's usually quite funny, but it's there underneath the jokes about cheese and failing tests and whatever disaster the family has brought upon themselves this week. That's the thing about Elmore. It looks chaotic, and it is chaotic, but there's a structure underneath the chaos, and the longer you spend in this world, the more of that structure becomes visible. We're going to spend a while in this world tonight. I find it good company. One thing I want to return to, which I mentioned briefly earlier, but want to give more room, the specific locations in Elmore and what each of them contributes to the show's texture. The Watterson house is the obvious one. It's a semi-detached terraced house on a residential street, with the Robinson house next door, visible through the living room window in a lot of establishing shots. The interior has the elastic quality of cartoon spaces. The rooms are somewhat larger than the architecture would suggest, and things appear in or disappear from the house as the plot requires, but the exterior is consistently, stubbornly ordinary. It doesn't look like the house of a family with a blue cat for a mum and a pink rabbit for a dad. It looks like a house on a street. The normalcy of the exterior is almost aggressive in how it refuses to indicate what's happening inside. The school is where the majority of episodes are set, at least in the earlier seasons. Elmore Junior High has corridors and lockers and a cafeteria and a gymnasium and a library, and these are all real spaces the show returns to, rather than just using once. The consistency of the physical environment is part of what makes the school feel inhabited. You know which corridor leads where. You know where Gumball and Darwin's lockers are, relative to the school's entrance. The space has been used enough times that it feels like a place. The grocery store, the one Larry works at, among many other places, shows up in a surprising number of episodes. It's a real-world location in the sense of being a photograph background grocery store, and it has the texture of a specific place, the layout consistent, the shelves stocked the same way, the checkout where it always is. This is also where Nicole occasionally works out her frustrations while shopping, which is one of the show's recurring visual gags. The Rainbow Factory is on the edge of Elmore, and rarely seen in full from the outside. Its internal spaces appear in a few episodes, when Nicole's professional life becomes relevant. What the Rainbow Factory makes is, as mentioned, not fully explained. There are rainbows. The factory produces them. Whether this is metaphorical or literal, whether it makes the actual atmospheric phenomenon or something else called rainbows, is not addressed. The show prefers to leave this exactly where it is, at the level of a factory that produces rainbows, without further investigation. Season 1. Gumball and Season 6 Gumball are visually distinct in ways that are worth noticing if you watch them side by side. Season 1 has character designs that are slightly cruder, rounder, less detailed, with less nuanced facial expressions. The animation is a bit more limited. The backgrounds are a blend of photographs and CG elements, as they generally are, but the way the characters are composited against them feels less polished. The technical vocabulary of the show was still being developed. By Season 3, something had clicked. The character designs have become more refined. Gumball's face has more expressiveness. Darwin's proportions have settled. The compositing of animated characters against photographic backgrounds has become more seamlessly handled. The show looks like itself in a way Season 1 was still working toward. By Season 5 and 6, the visual ambition has grown considerably. The show is doing things with its visual language that build on techniques already present in the first 2 seasons, episodes that play with different animation styles within a single episode, episodes that deliberately change visual register to mark tone shifts, episodes that are doing things with the relationship between the animated and photographic layers that feel like genuine exploration rather than just execution. This evolution is interesting, partly because the show is self-aware enough to address it. There's an episode of Gumball called The List that deals explicitly with Nicole revisiting her childhood dreams and Gumball and Darwin trying to complete the items on her list. This is a specific kind of meta-awareness that only a show very comfortable with its own history would attempt. One of the things I like most about Elmore as a setting is its specific calibration of the possible. The town has rules, they're not our rules, but they're consistent. Things can happen in Elmore that can't happen elsewhere, but they happen in ways that are internally consistent. A character who is a cloud can become a storm when angry. This is a rule. A character who is a balloon can deflate and reinflate. A character who is a ghost can pass through walls, but can also, under certain conditions, eat food and taste things by possessing a living body. These rules are established and mostly maintained. The show doesn't cheat them usually. When it does cheat them, it tends to acknowledge it or use the cheating as part of the plot. The impossible in Elmore operates with the logic of animated physics, which is not our physics but is also not random. Characters can be harmed in ways that would be lethal by our physics and recover. They can fall from heights that would be fatal and get up slightly flattened. This is normal, but the show also allows characters to experience genuine pain, genuine fear, genuine loss, and it treats those as real. The rubber hose physics of cartoon violence and the emotional reality of genuine consequence coexist. This is actually a difficult calibration to maintain. It requires the show to know, in each moment, which register it's operating in. Is this a cartoon physics moment where the consequence is an injury that'll be fine? Or is this a genuine consequence moment where what happens matters? The show is usually right about this. The moment it gets wrong, something feels off. The fact that it gets it right most of the time is one of the things that makes the serious moments land when they arrive. The show operates on a mostly timeless logic. Gumball has been 12 for 6 seasons. The family doesn't age in ways that are visible or acknowledged. Seasons and years pass without the characters accumulating the years. This is normal for animated shows, and not worth dwelling on for its own sake. But Gumball does something interesting with time in specific episodes, which is to depict the past with a different visual style. When we see Nicole and Richard in their teens, the episode shifts to a slightly different colour palette, a slightly different visual treatment. Not dramatically different, it's not like suddenly switching to black and white, but enough that you register. This is a different time. When we see very young Gumball and Darwin as they were in the origins, the depiction has its own quality. When we see Miss Simeon's impossibly ancient past, it shifts to something almost archaeological. Time has texture in this show. The past looks like the past. This is a subtle thing that animators can do that live-action shows have a harder time with. Live-action shows can add filters or grain to indicate the past, but animation can restructure the visual language itself, can make the past feel different in a deeper way. Gumball uses this tool well. The time period distinctions enrich the mythology rather than just illustrating it. I've been mostly talking about the visual dimension, but the sound design and music of Gumball are worth mentioning because they contribute to what the show feels like. The show's music is broadly ambient and contemporary, shifting registers to match the tone of individual episodes. In the serious mythology episodes, the music gets quieter and more textured. In the comedy episodes, it's more upbeat and incidental. The show has used licensed pop music at specific moments for comic effect. A song landing at exactly the right moment in a montage is a Gumball move that the show does well. The voice performances are worth noting. The Watterson family's adult voice cast in the original run was consistent for the main parents across the whole series, which is rare for a show that ran for 6 seasons and required child voice actors for its child characters. Ben Bocquelet and then Nicholas Cantu played Gumball across different regions. The UK version used different actors than the US version. The fact that the voices stayed consistent in any given regional version gave the characters continuity even as the show changed around them. Darwin's voice was handled with particular care because Darwin needed to sound genuinely warm and slightly earnest without becoming saccharine. The warmth had to be real rather than performed. Nicole's voice needed to carry both the warmth of the loving parent and the genuine threat of the character when she's actually angry. Teresa Gallagher managed this across 6 seasons and returned for the revival. Her Nicole has a consistency that anchors the family through all the changes around it. Elmore works as a comedy setting because it has been designed with an internal logic that the jokes can operate inside of. The comedy in Gumball is, broadly, of 2 kinds. There's the situational comedy that comes from the Wattersons doing things that have consequences. And there's the visual, conceptual comedy that comes from the world being what it is. The second kind, the comedy of the world itself, is only available because the world has been designed carefully enough that you know when something is deviating from its norms. The joke of the Donut Cop's procedural seriousness only works because you know that procedural seriousness is his norm. The joke of Masami becoming a storm cloud when angry only works because the show has established that she does this, that it's her mode, that everyone around her has learned to accommodate it. This kind of comedy requires consistency. You can't have the same character behave wildly differently in different episodes without losing the comedy that depends on knowing what they are. Gumball is generally very good at this consistency, which is part of why the comedy has the texture it does. It doesn't feel like a collection of gags. It feels like a world generating situations. The thing I keep coming back to in trying to articulate why Elmore works as a setting is the word inhabited. Most animated worlds feel like sets. They exist so that the characters can perform in them. The school is there because the show is partly set at school. The family home is there because the family lives somewhere. The town is there because the family needs a town. These elements are functional rather than real. Elmore doesn't feel like a set. It feels like a place where things happen when the cameras aren't there, where the characters are doing things between episodes that the show doesn't track, where the community has a history that predates the series and will continue after it. The secondary characters contribute to this. Larry working at 6 different jobs simultaneously means that every location in Elmore has the same person in it, which is a joke, but it also means every location has the same person, someone you know, someone who has a consistent personality and a consistent relationship with the Wattersons. The repetition creates continuity. The continuity creates the sense that the world has depth. That's what Elmore does that other cartoon worlds often don't. It makes you feel that there is more of it than you're being shown, and that the more you're not being shown is consistent with what you are. The thing that I think makes Elmore last in memory as a setting is that it has an internal weather. Not literal weather, though Masami produces literal weather occasionally. I mean the quality of the world's emotional atmosphere, something that shifts between episodes but has a consistent baseline. The baseline is slightly off-key, a town where the impossible happens but everyone treats it as ordinary, where the rules are real but they're not our rules, and the adjustment you have to make is not to learn the rules so much as to accept that rules operate differently here. Where the photographs behind the animated characters are real places from our world, which means every establishing shot is also a reminder that the world you're watching is balanced between real and constructed. Living in Elmore, which is obviously not something that's possible, but which you spend enough time there while watching that you start to have a sense of what it would be like, would be the experience of normalcy, alongside constant weirdness. The grocery store is a grocery store. Larry works there. The grocery store is also the grocery store, where an enormous cloud might become a thunderstorm at the checkout, and this would be inconvenient but not surprising. That's what it would feel like. Normal inconvenience and the occasional thunderstorm, which is, when you put it like that, not so different from living anywhere. The show's title is The Amazing World of Gumball, which implies that the world is his. But the show is really about a family, and specifically about what happens when you put these 5 very different people in the same house, and then let consequences accumulate. Let's go through them. Gumball Watterson, 12 years old, blue cat, the protagonist. The easy description is that he's a troublemaker, and that's true in the sense that a disproportionate number of episodes begin with something that is his fault. But I think that description undersells him a bit. He's not troublesome in a malicious way. He's troublesome because he has an ego that slightly outpaces his actual abilities, and because he tends to act first and work out the consequences about 2/3 of the way through the action. When it's already complicated to reverse, he's also genuinely kind. That's the thing about Gumball that I think gets overlooked if you only watch a few episodes. He cares about the people he loves in a way that's sincere and sometimes disproportionate. He will go to absurd lengths for his family, for Darwin, for Penny. The absurdity is usually what creates the episode's plot, but the impulse underneath it is real. Here's a detail that I like. His legal name is not Gumball. His birth name is Zach. At some point the show addresses this directly. In an episode where Gumball discovers this, briefly goes through a period of insisting everyone call him Zach and adopting a slightly different personality to match, and then has his legal name officially changed to Gumball. So Gumball is now his actual name. He had to make it official. His middle name is another thing. It was supposed to be Christopher. It got misspelled on his birth certificate as Tristopher. His middle name, therefore, is technically Christopher. The show mentions this in passing, with the casualness of something that's just sort of been true for 12 years and nobody has ever fixed. I mention these details not because they're crucial to anything, but because they're the sort of thing Gumball does. It has this texture of a world where life has been happening before the cameras turned on, and small bureaucratic mishaps have accumulated, and everything is a bit more complicated than it needed to be. Gumball changes a lot across the series, actually. Season 1 Gumball is slightly more of a straightforward trouble causer than later seasons' version, who develops more capacity for reflection, more genuine relationships, and more moments of genuine moral complexity. The show grows with him, which is one of the nicer things about it. Darwin Watterson, 10 years old, goldfish, adopted family member, and Gumball's best friend. I'm going to give Darwin the space he deserves in a later section, because his origin is one of the best things the show did, and it needs its own room to breathe. For now, he started as Gumball's pet fish. He grew legs and became a person, and he's been part of the family ever since. His full name is Darwin Raglan Caspian Ahab Poseidon Nicodemus Watterson III. The show states this once at a party completely casually. It is never really explained why a goldfish who was purchased as a pet has such an elaborate name. He's the third, which implies there were a Darwin the first and a Darwin the second, which there technically were, except that the numbering makes no sense, because he was the 8th fish Gumball had, not the 3rd. The show mentions this too. No explanation is offered. He has an innate goodness that the show uses very effectively. Darwin tends to be the character who actually does the right thing, who feels genuinely bad when something goes wrong, who wants to resolve conflicts rather than escalate them. In a show full of chaos, he's often the small, clear moral voice that everyone ignores until the situation has gotten significantly worse. He also occasionally does things that are very strange and slightly unsettling. He calls Nicole and Richard Mrs. Mom and Mr. Dad in the early episodes, which is one of those details that starts as a joke and then sits with you a bit. He knows they're his parents, and he also knows they're not his parents. And Mrs. Mom is the linguistic negotiation of that. It gets phased out eventually, but it was there. Anais Watterson, 4 years old, pink rabbit, significantly smarter than everyone else in the family, and by many metrics, most people in Elmore. She's in a grade above her brothers, despite being 4 years old, which is mentioned and then accepted as normal. She consistently demonstrates more logical reasoning, more emotional intelligence, and more practical competence than either Gumball or Darwin, which means she spends a lot of the show watching them do things she has correctly predicted will go wrong. There's something interesting about how Anais is used. The show doesn't make her the hero, even though she usually sees the correct path most clearly. Instead, she tends to be pulled into her brother's disasters, despite herself, often being the person who finally engineers an actual solution in the last 3 minutes. She has her own episodes, her own friendships, her own storylines. Her friendship with Billy Parham across some later episodes is quite nice, but she's not the focus, and the show is comfortable with that. She exists in the world. The world just tends to produce chaos around the people she loves. She's also occasionally ruthless in a way that the show finds quietly funny. She will absolutely manipulate a situation to get what she wants. She's 4, and she's already better at it than Richard. Richard Watterson, 38 years old or thereabouts, pink rabbit, stay-at-home father. Richard is where the show does something genuinely interesting. On the surface, he's the incompetent dad, the comedy figure who can't do practical things and tends to make situations worse with his interventions. And he is all of those things very consistently, but the show also gives him genuine warmth, genuine love for his family, and genuine moments of something like wisdom, even if those moments emerge accidentally. He was raised by Granny Jojo in a way that did not prepare him for independent life. Granny Jojo, whose full name is Joanna, is fiercely protective and loving in a mode that doesn't leave much room for her son to develop ordinary competence. Richard grew up in an environment where things were done for him, where he was insulated from practical consequence, and the result is an adult who can't always cook or drive particularly well or hold a job, and who is nevertheless entirely certain of his own lovability and his family's love for him. That certainty is actually one of his most important qualities. Richard has essentially no self-doubt about whether he's loved, and very little anxiety about his place in the world. He's often oblivious to complications that are obvious to everyone else, and this obliviousness is frequently the source of chaos. But it's also, in a strange way, freeing. He's not performing anything. He's just Richard. There's a detail from the earlier seasons that I find oddly affecting. The family is poor, like genuinely not very well off. And part of the reason for this, revealed in a flashback, is that Richard spent the family's savings on something pointless on their home computer while Nicole was still in hospital after Gumball was born. He didn't do it maliciously. He just did it, as Richard tends to do things, because it seemed like a good idea at the time, and he didn't think through the implications. And the consequence has just been the family's financial reality for Gumball's entire life. The show doesn't spend a lot of time on this. It mentions it and moves on, but it's one of those background textures that, once you know it, slightly reframes everything else. Richard also has, somewhere in his history, a father who wasn't around. Frankie Watterson shows up later in the series, a schemer and something of a grifter, and his absence from Richard's childhood is clearly part of what shaped both Richard and Granny Jojo. We'll talk about him more when we get to the extended family section. The one thing Richard is unfailingly, completely good at is loving his wife and his children. He loves them with a sincerity that the show doesn't undercut or ironize. Whatever else is true about him, that's true. Nicole Watterson, née Senecor, 38 years old. Blue Cat, works at the Rainbow Factory, the person who keeps everything running. She's the most conventionally competent member of the family by a significant margin, which means she's also the most put upon. She works, she manages the household, she intervenes in her children's disasters. She deals with Richard's blissful incompetence with a mixture of exasperation and genuine love that the show captures very well. She has a short temper that manifests in more extreme moments as something that genuinely frightens people around her. There are episodes where Nicole gets properly angry and characters who are not her family flee the scene as though a natural disaster is occurring, which is a reasonable response. She grew up in circumstances that shaped her in ways that take a while to become fully visible. Her parents had extremely high expectations. Her competitive drive, which is considerable, comes from somewhere specific. The relationship between who Nicole's parents needed her to be and who she actually became is something the show handles with real care in the episodes that focus on it. I'll give her more proper space in the next section because her story is one of the better things the show did. What the five of them are together is a family that genuinely functions, despite every indication that it shouldn't. They are, by most objective measures, chaos. Their house is frequently damaged. Their finances are not great. Their approach to problem solving tends toward the creative rather than the practical. And creative is doing a lot of work in that sentence. But they love each other, plainly, and without much performance. And the show is interested in that love. Not interested in it in a sentimentalized way. It doesn't soften the chaos or pretend things are fine when they aren't, but interested in it as a real thing that exists in the middle of all the mess. That's what makes them worth spending time with. What I want to get at beyond each individual is the way these five people operate as a system. Because they do operate as a system, chaotically, inefficiently, with a lot of collateral damage, but there's a logic to how they fit together. Nicole is the load-bearing wall. She works, she manages the practical dimensions of their existence. She intervenes in crises and is frequently the one who resolves them, even when the crisis is one she was also involved in creating. Her temper contributes to the chaos fairly regularly. But without Nicole, the family doesn't have its structure. Richard provides something different, warmth at rest. When nothing is going wrong, when there's just a Tuesday afternoon and someone needs to be comfortable being at home, Richard is the easiest person to be around in that family. He doesn't have anxieties about productivity or performance. He's happy to watch something with you, to eat a snack with you, to exist in a room with you without it needing to mean anything. In a family that generates a lot of urgency, that quality has value. Gumball is the engine of most plots, which is a way of saying he's the main source of momentum. Things happen around Gumball. He makes decisions. The decisions have consequences. The consequences require responses. The responses generate more consequences. He's not deliberately causing trouble in most cases. He just has a quality of forward motion that tends to destabilize equilibrium wherever he finds it. Darwin is what keeps the engine honest. He's the persistent presence that asks whether what we're doing is the right thing to do. And while his asking is frequently ignored in the short term, it tends to turn out to have been right in the medium term. His morality is not preachy because it's not performed, it's just how he is. You can ignore it, but it doesn't stop being true. Anais exists at a slight remove from the immediate chaos, which gives her a clearer view of it than anyone else has. She sees the patterns. She knows what's going to happen before it does. Her frustration is genuine and earned. Her love for her family is also genuine and equally earned, which is a combination that requires the show to take her seriously, rather than just using her as a punchline. The five of them together are more dysfunctional than any individual part suggests they should be, which is how it tends to go with families. The dysfunction isn't the result of any one person failing. It's what happens when five very specific personalities interact with each other, under pressure, repeatedly, across time. There are moments with Richard that I want to highlight specifically, because they work against the obvious reading of his character, and the show knows this. In an episode called The Hero, Gumball finds an old home video of himself as a toddler, and in it he sees Richard being a good parent, a genuinely good one. Patient with a small child, delighted by first steps, present and engaged. And Gumball's complicated feeling about this, that his dad was like this and that the adult Richard is not always recognisably the same person, is something the show takes seriously rather than treating as a punchline. Richard was good at being a dad to a toddler. The things a toddler needs, physical presence, warmth, delight in small things, and uncomplicated love that doesn't require much language, those are things Richard has in abundance. The things a 12-year-old needs are more complicated, and Richard's toolkit is less well suited to the complications. But the love is the same love it was when Gumball was 2. Richard hasn't stopped loving his children. He's just equipped differently for where they are now. There's an episode about Richard's dad, Frankie, which reveals that Richard never had a father who was present. Granny Jojo raised him alone. And the thing about a child who is raised entirely by a mother who loves him absolutely is that he didn't have a model for fatherhood. He didn't see what fathers do, in the practical sense, in the day-to-day sense. He had a lot of love and not much template. He's doing his best with that. His best is frequently not enough. But the love underneath it is sincere, and the show is consistent about that sincerity being real rather than something to be undermined. Gumball's relationship with each family member is subtly different, and the differences are worth noting. With Darwin, it's the closest. They've been best friends since Darwin was a fish with no legs, and the relationship has the ease of something that has never had to be built from scratch. They fight occasionally in ways that the show takes seriously when it addresses them. There are episodes about the strain of being so close to someone that their failures feel like your failures. But the default state of Gumball and Darwin is togetherness that doesn't require much effort. With Anais, it's more complicated. Gumball doesn't fully respect Anais's intelligence in the way he should, consistently underestimating her in ways that she consistently proves wrong. But there's also a genuine affection underneath it, a protectiveness that surfaces when Anais is actually threatened rather than just intellectually superior. He'd do a lot for her. He just doesn't always show it in forms she'd recognise. With Nicole, there's a specific quality of wanting to impress her that runs through a lot of Gumball's more ambitious bad ideas. He wants his mother to think well of him, and he's often trying to solve problems in ways that will look impressive rather than ways that will actually work. The gap between his intentions and his execution is never wider than when Nicole is watching. With Richard, the relationship is more horizontal than vertical. Richard isn't quite a peer, but he's not quite a conventional authority figure either. They watch things together. They have conversations that go sideways in similar ways. They have similar patterns of overconfidence, followed by consequence. In some episodes, they're co-conspirators in things that Nicole would reasonably disapprove of. It has warmth to it. The Wattersons are the centre of the show's emotional world, and the show is consistently interested in them. Not in a saccharine way. The show never presents the family as perfect, never softens the genuine difficulty of being in a family with people who are this much and this different, but it presents them as worth the difficulty, as worth the chaos, as people whose particular combination of qualities produces a life that, even when it's hard, has something the alternatives don't. Nicole's The Choices episode makes this explicit. Given the chance to imagine different choices, a different path, a different family, she wouldn't take it. Not because the family she has is objectively the best possible family, but because it's hers and the people in it are specific people she loves in specific ways, and the alternative versions, cleaner, more sensible, less chaotic, are missing something that she couldn't quantify but can feel the absence of. That's what the Wattersons represent, I think, at their best. The specific, slightly broken, entirely real thing over the smooth and abstract alternative. The love that shows up, even when it doesn't know how to. The family that keeps trying, even when trying mostly means generating more situations that need to be resolved. There are small moments across the show's run that define the Wattersons more clearly than any broad description can. Richard teaching Gumball to ride a bike in a flashback, and being patient and gentle and cheerful in a way that's completely recognisable as Richard at his best. Gumball failing repeatedly, Richard encouraging him anyway, neither of them worried about the pace of progress. They're just there, on a street figuring it out. Nicole sitting with Gumball after something has gone wrong. Not the right before the resolution sit down, but a quiet moment where the disaster isn't fully handled yet, and she's just present. She doesn't have to have all the answers in these moments. She's just there. Darwin saying something to Gumball that's fully accurate, and that Gumball ignores, and Darwin's small sigh of acceptance, and then Darwin helping anyway, with the thing Gumball has decided to do, despite having been clearly told it was going to go wrong. Anais watching all of this happen, with the expression of someone who has seen it before, who will see it again, and who has a kind of fond exasperation for the specific texture of her family's particular chaos. These moments are distributed through the show without announcement. They're not the big emotional beats. They're the in-between spaces that establish what the family's actually like when no particular crisis is occurring. A family that talks to each other. A family that shows up for each other. A family that is, despite everything, comfortable being themselves with each other. Behind all the comedy and the mythology, Gumball has a fairly clear set of ideas about what families are and what makes them worth having. Families, the show suggests, are the people you didn't choose, but would choose. They're the people who know your particular kind of chaos and show up anyway. They're the context in which your specific failures and your specific qualities both have room to exist, where you don't have to be better than you are to be loved, but where you're also, ideally, called toward being better than you're currently managing. The Wattersons are not a model family in any instructional sense. They're a real one, in the sense that matters. They have history and texture and friction and genuine love. And the genuine love is not undermined by the history and the friction, but exists alongside them, in the same space, at the same time. That's the Wattersons. That's what 5 seasons of episodes and a revival have been in the business of establishing. I want to say something that might sound obvious, but that I think is worth saying. The Wattersons work as a comedy family because the love is real, and you can feel that it's real. And because of that, the comedy has warmth that comedy without love doesn't have. A family that generates chaos from cruelty or selfishness is a different kind of comedy. The Simpsons, to use the obvious comparison, has a version of the family that cycles between genuine affection and something more corrosive. Homer's selfishness is real, and the show knows it's real, and the warmth competes with the dysfunction for the show's emotional centre. That's one way to do it. Gumball does something different. The Wattersons are chaotic because they each have large personalities that interact badly under pressure. Richard is chaotic because he doesn't think things through. Gumball is chaotic because he has more ambition than competence. Nicole's perfectionism contributes to chaos by escalating situations past the point where they needed to be escalated. Darwin is occasionally chaotic because he follows Gumball into things he knows are wrong. Anais generates a different kind of chaos by being correct about everything, in ways that everyone else ignores. None of this comes from selfishness or cruelty. It comes from an excess of themselves. The Wattersons are too much of what they are, and the collision of 5 people who are each too much of what they are produces the ongoing disaster that constitutes most episodes. But they don't stop loving each other. They don't stop showing up. The chaos doesn't make the love conditional, and that's the thing that makes the show warm rather than corrosive. You always believe that when the episode ends, there'll still be a family. I want to give Richard some specific episode attention because the best Richard episodes are genuinely good, and they tend to be underrated relative to the mythology episodes. The Hero is probably the best Richard episode in the show's run. The episode has Gumball finding an old home video of himself as a toddler, and in it he sees Richard being the kind of parent that adult Gumball has started to doubt Richard can be. Patient, engaged, delighted by small things. The episode's emotional weight comes from Gumball having to reconcile his current frustration with his father with the evidence that his father's love and his father's capability for it is real and has always been real. The love wasn't a phase. The incompetence arrived later. Or maybe the incompetence was always there and the love was also always there. And which one you see depends on what you're looking for. The Man is the episode that deals most directly with Richard's feelings about Louis, about Granny Jojo having a partner, about what that means for the family Richard thought he understood, about whether he's being left behind in some way. The show handles Richard's feelings about this with an unusual delicacy. He's wrong to be as resistant as he initially is. He knows he's wrong. He's still resistant because feelings don't always follow the logical path. And eventually, he arrives somewhere better, not because he reasoned his way there, but because he sat with it long enough for the resistance to soften. The Limit is technically a Nicole episode, the one where she reaches the absolute limit of her patience in a supermarket, but it doubles as a Richard episode, in that it's structured around what happens when Nicole's support structure isn't functioning. Richard holds things together, in that episode, in the specific way that Richard holds things, not by solving problems competently, but by being present, by not making it worse, by loving the person who is currently not okay. He's good at that. He's very good at that. I've talked about Anais fairly briefly, and I want to give her a bit more space because the show does something interesting with her that deserves acknowledgement. She's 4 years old, and she's smarter than everyone. This is a comedy premise that could easily become a one-note joke. The too smart kid who shows up the older characters. What saves it from being one note is the show's consistency about what Anais's intelligence costs her. She knows what's going to happen. She can see the disaster coming before it arrives. She says so. Nobody listens. The disaster arrives. She deals with it. And she's 4 years old doing this, in a family that doesn't really have a mechanism for reckoning with the fact that their youngest child is substantially more capable than most of the people around her. The show doesn't resolve this into a stable dynamic where Anais is credited appropriately. It's ongoing. She's perpetually underestimated by the people she loves, perpetually right, perpetually pulled into situations she knew would go wrong, and she keeps showing up anyway. There's something about that patience that I find remarkable. Anais has, by any reasonable standard, significant cause to be resentful of her family's failure to listen to her. She's not particularly. She loves them, in the specific way that you love people you find exasperating, with your eyes open, fully aware of what they are, and choosing to be there anyway. I'll end the Wattersons section with the simplest possible observation. They're still here, after 6 seasons and 8 years, and a revival that continues to run. The family's intact, not unchanged. Darwin has grown, Gumball has grown, Anais has grown in ways the show's timelessness makes hard to track. But you can feel across the seasons. Richard and Nicole are the same people they were, but with more history, more texture, more evidence that the choice they made in their 20s has held. The Wattersons stay. They stay through everything the show throws at them. The mythology, the universe-spanning creation myth, the disasters they create themselves, the ones that find them anyway. They're still in the house on the street. The Robinsons are still next door, still exasperated, still there. Larry is still everywhere. The POHK-Mon world continues, and the family at the centre of it continues with it. There's an episode in season 5 called The Choices that I keep coming back to. It's one of those episodes that does something relatively simple and does it very well. It takes the most competent, together-seeming member of the family, puts her in an ordinary moment of chaos, and then gives us a window into how she got here and why she'd choose it again. The episode begins with a particularly bad evening in the Watterson household. Dinner is a disaster. The kids are being ungrateful. Richard is not helping. Nicole finally reaches her limit, and in a quiet moment where the chaos freezes around her, starts asking herself how, exactly, she ended up here. Which leads to a longer look at who she was before. Nicole's parents are Mary and Daniel Senecourt. They appear in a few episodes of the show, and both of them, in different ways, are people who have very specific ideas about what success looks like and what their daughter should be doing to achieve it. Mary is a perfectionist. She's introduced, in the flashback portions of The Choices, chastising a young Nicole for her school report card. Nicole has received straight A's. Mary's response is to note that she's received an F in gender. Nicole points out that F means female. Mary says, and I'm paraphrasing, that being female is not an excuse. There's a lot in that one exchange. The message it sends to a child is, there is always something wrong. There is always a standard you haven't met. Your achievements are starting points for what you still haven't done. Nicole grows up internalizing this. Her perfectionism, her competitive drive, her tendency to push herself and the people around her to do better, all of it has a shape, and that shape was given to it by her mother. Daniel Senecourt, Nicole's father, has what the show describes as a temper. He's not a cruel person. Neither of Nicole's parents are presented as villains, but his emotional expression tends toward the intense, and Nicole has clearly inherited this. The fire in Nicole's eyes in the moments when she gets really properly angry comes from somewhere specific. The combination of those two parents, a perfectionist mother and a father with a formidable temper, produced a daughter who is extraordinarily capable, entirely certain that capability is required, and carries a lot of the pressure of her upbringing without necessarily acknowledging that it's there. In her teens, Nicole met Richard. The show gives us glimpses of this rather than a full account, but the picture that emerges is charming. A young Richard, on a ladder outside Nicole's bedroom window, serenading her, her father's voice from inside the house demanding to know where she is. Nicole quietly closing the window so Richard doesn't get caught. Richard was, from the perspective of Nicole's parents, more or less exactly wrong. He was not ambitious. He was not working toward anything in particular. He was sweet and devoted and entirely unsuited to the trajectory they'd mapped out for their daughter. Her parents made their disapproval clear. She left anyway. The choices flashbacks show this as a decisive moment. Nicole making a choice that went against her parents' expectations for someone they didn't approve of, because she'd decided that what she wanted mattered. And then the episode asks, what if she'd made a different choice? What if she'd stayed on the track her parents set for her? The show imagines a few alternatives. The choices shows alternate versions of Nicole marrying different men deemed more suitable by her parents in The Amazing World of Gumball, not in POHK-mon. The alternatives have a quality of absence to them. They're fine, in the way that fine things are fine, and they're not what she wanted. What she wanted was Richard. They built a life together. After leaving their respective family situations, Nicole estranged from her parents, Richard largely drifting away from Granny Jojo's house. For a while they were living in a small flat near a train station and eating instant noodles which the show drops in as background texture without making a big deal of it. They were poor, they were starting from nothing, and they were, by all available evidence, happy. The wedding is a moment I find genuinely moving when the show gets to it. In the choices, we see Nicole and Richard first meet and make the key decisions that lead to their life together. Her parents don't show up. She waits for them, and they're not there. Later in the series, a different episode reveals what actually happened. Her parents had received the invitation. They'd tried to attend, but they'd misread RSVP as the name of a town in Eastern Europe, and had gone to the wrong place entirely, which is the kind of misunderstanding that is funny, and also a little heartbreaking, because it means 20 years of estrangement were built on a miscommunication. The wedding proceeds without them. Richard is there, and Richard is enough. The show is clear about this. It's not a consolation, it's the truth of the situation, but there's a shadow in it. Nicole's parents weren't there. After that, Gumball is born. Then Darwin joins the family in a way we'll get to properly in section 4. Then Anais arrives. Nicole starts working at the Rainbow Factory. The Watterson house is repainted when they first move in, and Richard changes its colour from green to blue. Richard measures Gumball's height on the doorframe and accidentally marks how wide he's getting instead. The episode lands back on the present. Nicole in the kitchen, with the chaos frozen around her, having followed the thread of her choices all the way back to this moment. And the conclusion it reaches isn't that everything is perfect, because obviously it isn't. It's that this is the life she chose. The people are real and the love is real, and the chaos is specific to her people, and she wouldn't trade any of it. I think about that episode more than I'd expect to for a children's cartoon. It doesn't oversell its conclusion, it just presents it quietly and leaves it there. The estrangement from Nicole's parents eventually gets resolved in an episode called The Parents, which takes place after 20 years of them not seeing each other. They run into each other at a grocery store, which is how a lot of things happen in Elmore, by accident, in mundane places. Gumball ends up inviting them over, against Nicole's explicit wishes, because Gumball tends to do things first and reckon with their implications later. Mary Senecourt is still a perfectionist. Daniel still has a temper. The conversation is not easy. But Nicole finally says what she needed to say to them, and they hear it, and something shifts. It's not a clean resolution. The episodes after it continue to show the relationship as complicated. There are moments of friction, moments of unexpected kindness, moments where old patterns reassert themselves. Which is true. That's how it goes with parents you've had trouble with. You don't resolve it once and then it's done. You navigate it. But they're in each other's lives again, and that matters. What I think the show is doing with Nicole's story across all of these episodes is something genuinely interesting. It's taking the competent mum archetype, the character who exists to manage the chaos that the protagonist creates, and giving her her own history, her own wound, her own choices, her own life that existed before the show began and continues in ways that aren't just about parenting. Nicole is the backbone of the Watterson family. She's also a person who grew up under enormous pressure, left everything she knew for someone she loved, and spent 20 years being estranged from her parents. The backbone has its own story. That's not a common thing in family animated shows. I think it's one of the reasons Gumball sticks. The Rainbow Factory, where Nicole works, exists in the show's world as a minor location rather than a consistently recurring background element. She works there. She works hard there. She is paid, the show implies, less than she should be given what she does. Her professional situation is a specific kind of comedy that has a quiet frustration underneath it. She has real skills, real competence, a genuine capacity for leadership and organisation that is apparent to everyone who works with her and not fully acknowledged in her compensation. She works for a company owned by the Yoshida family and therefore works for the father of one of her son's classmates, which is a social complication that occasionally becomes an actual complication. The Yoshida family connection is where Nicole's past with the Yuki Yoshida becomes professionally relevant in ways neither of them asked for. Masami's father runs the company where Nicole works. Masami is in Gumball's class. Masami and Nicole interact through school events. The personal history between Nicole and Masami's mother runs underneath all of this like a current that never fully surfaces, but also never fully goes away. There's an episode, The Fury, that gives Yuki and Nicole the fight scene this relationship has been building toward for several seasons, and it does so in a visual style that's deliberately different from the show's usual register, using a more dramatic animation approach to convey the scale of what these two people represent to each other. It's one of the show's better executions of a reveal that pays off years of background information. Nicole doesn't win, obviously. Nicole wins almost all of her fights, because Nicole is the kind of person who, once she's committed to something, commits completely and does not stop until the commitment is resolved. This is true in competitive contexts, true in emotional contexts, and true in professional contexts. She does not half-finish things. Nicole's anger is one of the show's recurring elements, and it deserves more examination than just Nicole gets scary when she's angry. Her anger has several distinct registers. There's the domestic frustration anger, the exasperation of a person who is doing too much and receiving too little acknowledgement, which comes out as sharpness and short responses. There's the competitive anger, the fire that comes out when she's in any kind of contest, which makes her disproportionately intense about things that don't warrant that intensity. And there's the deep anger, the one that makes characters who aren't her family actually run, the one that distorts the physical environment around her in ways the show depicts visually. The deep anger is rarely directed at her family. It's reserved mostly for people and institutions outside the family, for the enemies of her children, for the people who underestimate her, for the situations where she's been pushed past the point where her considerable patience can hold. when Nicole gets truly angry in defense of her family. The show plays it as something close to horror comedy. Other characters flee, the environment responds. Gumball and Darwin watch from a safe distance, with the particular expression of people who are glad she's on their side. The thing about Nicole's anger, and the thing that makes it characterologically interesting rather than just comedically useful, is where it came from. She grew up in a household with a father who had a significant temper, and she inherited it, and she spent her adult life channeling it into something more controlled. Competitiveness, drive, the push to be the best at whatever she does. The anger didn't disappear, it got redirected, and in moments where the redirection fails, you see the thing underneath. She's aware of this. There are episodes where Nicole catches herself being more intense than the situation warrants and tries to dial it back, with varying success. She knows the temper is part of her inheritance. She's working on it. What Nicole and Richard have as a couple is interesting because it shouldn't work by any conventional analysis. She's the most competent person in every room she enters. He's the person who has never successfully held a job, who burned through the family savings by accident, who responds to practical challenges with a cheerful helplessness that would exhaust most people. And yet, the show depicts their relationship with a consistency of genuine affection that the comedy doesn't undercut. They love each other, not despite the gap between them, not as a joke, not as something one of them is putting up with, but actually because of the specific people they are. Nicole loves Richard partly because he is the opposite of everything her mother's standards would approve of, and choosing him was the most decisive thing she ever did, and she is not a person who makes choices without meaning them. She meant Richard. She keeps meaning him. Richard loves Nicole with a simplicity that the show treats as profound rather than shallow. He thinks she's wonderful. He is not performing this opinion. He doesn't qualify it with observations about her flaws or her intensity or her tendency to turn grocery shopping into a competitive event. She's wonderful, in his view, full stop. The balance of the relationship, her competence, his warmth at rest, the way they create something more livable than the sum of their individual qualities is part of what the show means when it suggests the family is worth the chaos. Not better than a calmer, more manageable alternative. Worth it, specifically, for itself. I want to return to the choices from a different angle, because the episode does something that's worth noting separately from what I said about Nicole's history. The episode's flashback structure is interesting in how it handles what might have been. The alternative timelines it imagines are not presented as nightmares. They're not depicted as obviously terrible. The sensible alternative Nicoles have fine lives. They're not suffering. They're comfortable. They've made choices that led them to places that are, by most external measures, respectable. What's missing from those alternatives is specific to Nicole. The fire, the colour, the experience of loving something completely, of having chosen it against advice, of having built something out of nothing with a person who people thought was wrong for her. The alternatives are fine. They're just not interesting. And Nicole is someone who needs things to be interesting. There's something in that observation that has nothing to do with the Wattersons' specific chaos and everything to do with the personality type, that needs to be genuinely engaged with its life, rather than just comfortable in it. Nicole chose the harder path because the harder path was the one that was actually alive. The alternative paths were safer and emptier. The episode presents this without moralizing about it. It doesn't say the comfortable paths are wrong or that anyone who chose them made a mistake. It says, this is Nicole. This is what she needed. And what she needed led here. The relationship between Nicole and Gumball is its own thing, distinct from how she relates to Darwin or Anais, and it's one of the show's more quietly interesting, ongoing dynamics. Gumball wants to impress his mother. This is fairly constant across the series. He genuinely cares what she thinks of him. This isn't performed filial devotion. It's the real, sometimes uncomfortable need to be seen doing something right by the parent you respect most. And because Nicole is the parent whose judgment is most exacting, it's her approval that carries the most weight and is therefore the most motivating and the most nerve-wracking. This dynamic produces some of the show's better comedy. Gumball undertakes something ambitious in the specific context of Nicole watching. His execution goes wrong in ways it wouldn't if he weren't trying to impress anyone, and the attempt at impressing her results in a situation that requires Nicole to do more work than if Gumball had never tried in the first place. But it also produces something more genuinely affecting in the episodes that look at it directly. There are moments where Nicole tells Gumball she's proud of him, not in response to a particular achievement, just as a statement, and the show treats these moments as significant rather than as background warmth. They're significant because Gumball needs to hear it, and Nicole doesn't always think to say it when everything is fine, and the moments where she does say it are therefore weighted with all the times she might have said it and didn't. Nicole is not emotionally withholding. She's just busy. She loves her children completely, and she's also managing the logistics of a household that requires continuous management. The love is real. Its expression sometimes gets lost in the noise of what needs to be done. There's an argument to be made that Nicole, not Gumball, is the emotional centre of the show. Gumball is the protagonist. He's the engine, the source of forward motion, the character whose perspective most episodes are structured around. But Nicole is the character whose emotional life has the most depth and whose history most illuminates what the show's about. Her parents, her choice of Richard, the wedding they didn't attend, 20 years of estrangement from them, the parallel career she didn't have, the Rainbow Factory salary that's never quite enough, the children who love her and exhaust her and occasionally cause situations that would, honestly, destroy a lesser person. And through all of this, the fire, the competitive drive that came from being raised by people with impossible standards and that never fully resolved into something gentler. The capacity for anger that is also, in its way, a capacity for passion. The same engine, running at different speeds. She's the most complicated person in the show. The show knows this, and it has, slowly, given her the episodes she deserves. There's a tradition in the Watterson household that runs through several seasons before the show explains it fully, and it involves Richard, a toilet, and Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. Before the Darwin who became a person and a family member and Gumball's best friend, there were other Darwins, a series of them. The Wattersons had a habit of getting Gumball a pet fish, and the fish would die, and Richard would perform a small burial ceremony that consisted of him singing Swing Low, Sweet Chariot over the toilet bowl before flushing the fish and then going to the pet shop to get another one. This happened 7 times. The 8th fish was different. Darwin Raglan, Caspian Ahab Poseidon, Nicodemus Watterson III was technically Darwin the 8th. The third in his name refers to an earlier version of the show's internal history that doesn't quite line up with the later, properly told origin story. The show acknowledges this discrepancy with the same cheerful acceptance it applies to most internal inconsistencies. He's the third. There were 8 of them. Both of these things are true. The Origins is a 2-part episode in Season 4 of The Amazing World of Gumball that tells the full story of how Darwin joined the Watterson family. It begins with Nicole trying to manage a 4-year-old Gumball who is essentially a small catastrophe that generates chaos in all directions. He's catapulting oranges. He's said to have put everything in the washing machine. He's somehow introduced both sand and snow into the house. Richard, meanwhile, is in a bath full of grape soda, which is entirely in character for Richard. They decide to get him a pet fish. Darwin arrives, small, orange, finned, completely unable to communicate verbally, and Gumball is immediately delighted. He names him Darwin. He talks to him even though Darwin can't respond. He plays with him. He genuinely loves this fish. And then Darwin doesn't wake up one morning. Nicole and Richard deal with this in the way that parents deal with it, gently, and by getting another fish. But Gumball's grief at losing Darwin, even briefly, even for a fish that couldn't talk, is real, in the way the show treats most of its emotional beats as real. The consequence of loving things is that losing them hurts. The new fish and the next one, all named Darwin, all receive the same love. And all eventually don't wake up. And then the 8th fish doesn't die. The 8th fish, instead, grows legs. The how of this is never explained, which feels right. It's simply a thing that happens in Elmore. Darwin grows legs. He starts using them. He walks out of his bowl. He stands in the kitchen looking at his own feet, which is a good image for the general experience of discovering you're a different kind of being than you thought. Gumball finds him and is happily and completely delighted. There's no hesitation in the show about what Darwin is. From Gumball's perspective, he's Darwin. He's always been Darwin. The fact that he now has legs and can talk and is clearly some variety of person doesn't change the fundamental relationship. If anything, it improves it. Darwin is adopted into the family with a completeness that the show treats as obvious. He gets Gumball's last name. He goes to school with Gumball. He sleeps in a fishbowl in the Watterson children's room. He's introduced to people as Gumball's brother. Nobody in Elmore finds this particularly unusual. His personality is one of the things I find most interesting about how the show developed him. Darwin has an innate goodness that never feels saccharine because the show gives it weight. He doesn't just do the right thing automatically. He sometimes struggles with what the right thing is. He sometimes makes mistakes. He sometimes goes along with Gumball's plans when he knows they're going to go wrong because he loves Gumball and doesn't want to disappoint him. But the gravitational pull of his character is toward decency, toward actually caring about people. He functions as Gumball's conscience in a way that's not preachy because he doesn't sermonize. He just reacts. When something is wrong, Darwin's face makes it clear that something is wrong. When someone is being hurt, Darwin's discomfort is immediate and visible. He experiences the moral dimension of situations more quickly than Gumball does. And his job is often to communicate that dimension to someone who is already 3 steps into a plan that hasn't considered it. Gumball usually ignores him for a while. Then the situation becomes complicated. Then he listens. There's an episode in season 4 called The Roots that I think about whenever I think about Darwin. It's an episode about Nicole's relationship with Darwin specifically, and what it surfaces is something the show has let accumulate quietly over several seasons. The depth of Nicole's love for him. The episode is driven by the Wattersons worrying that Darwin isn't happy, that maybe he doesn't belong in this family, in this house, in this life of human suburban normalcy. That maybe a goldfish who grew legs needs something she can't provide. She becomes increasingly anxious about this, increasingly convinced that she's failing him by keeping him in an environment that wasn't designed for him. The conclusion the episode reaches is that Darwin is exactly where he wants to be, that this is his family and his home, and he's not wishing for a different one. But what I find moving about it is less the resolution and more what it reveals about Nicole. She loves Darwin with exactly the intensity and anxiety she loves Gumball and Anais. The adopted child is not more tenuous. The love is not conditional, it's just love. Darwin changes across the series too. He starts out quite wide-eyed, adjusting to a world much larger and stranger than a fishbowl, processing things with an openness that comes from not having preconceptions. As the show goes on, he develops opinions and frustrations and a fuller sense of himself. His relationship with Carrie, the ghost girl in their class, gets attention in the later seasons. He has his own interests, his own values, his own ways of being in the world that aren't just Gumball's more sensible friend. In some of the heavier mythology episodes, particularly in the Rob storyline, Darwin's death is depicted briefly in a timeline that gets revised. The show handles it with a weight that wouldn't be there if Darwin had just been a sidekick. He's not a sidekick. He's a person who grew legs in a kitchen one morning and became part of a family, and 6 seasons of that makes him someone you've been rooting for. Actually, 6 seasons. I said 17. 6 seasons and then a revival, but the point stands. His full name is, I'll remind you, Darwin Raglan Caspian Ahab, Poseidon Nicodemus Watterson III. He was the 8th fish. He grew legs. He became a person. He has never stopped being Darwin. I want to spend more time on the thing I think is Darwin's most distinctive quality as a character, which is the specific texture of his moral sense. Darwin doesn't do ethics by principle most of the time. He doesn't reason from rules. What he has is something more like emotional ethics, a genuine feeling response to harm and injustice that arrives before any analysis does. When something is wrong, Darwin feels it immediately. The feeling is informative. He trusts it more than most characters in the show trust their feelings about anything. This is actually unusual for animated comedy, where the moral sensibility of secondary characters tends to be deployed for effect. The foil says, "This seems bad," right before the thing goes badly, to create situational irony. Darwin's moral sense is more than a foil's instinct. It's presented as a genuine capacity that has real information in it. The show occasionally explores what happens when Darwin's moral instinct is genuinely wrong, or when it's overridden by something else. There are episodes where Darwin decides to compromise his values in favour of what Gumball wants, or where his desire not to disappoint someone he loves leads him to go along with something he knows is a mistake. In those episodes, the show isn't just using Darwin for irony, it's showing that even a strong moral instinct requires the courage to act on it, and that Darwin doesn't always have that courage. He's not a saint, he's a person with good instincts who doesn't always follow them. That's more interesting. Darwin's relationship with Nicole is one of the show's warmer background threads. The Roots explored it properly, as discussed, but there are smaller moments across the series that accumulate it into something real. Nicole has a specific protectiveness toward Darwin that has a slightly different quality from her protectiveness toward Gumball and Anais. With Gumball and Anais, she's protecting her biological children. There's a baseline assumption of permanence, of their being hers in a way that doesn't require demonstration. With Darwin, there's an additional layer, the awareness that she chose him, actively, in the sense that the adoption was a choice the family made, and the love is as real as it would be otherwise, but it's also willed. She chose to love him. She keeps choosing it. That makes the love in some ways more deliberate than the love you just fall into. Darwin's relationship with Richard is perhaps the most uncomplicated relationship either of them has. They watch things together. They eat things together. Richard treats Darwin with the same uncomplicated affection he treats Gumball and Anais, and Darwin responds to this with the same uncomplicated gratitude. Neither of them is particularly complicated in the other's company, which is restful for both of them. Anais and Darwin are interesting because they're both the same thing, the person in the family who sees more clearly than they're credited for, but they express it differently. Anais is precise and certain. Darwin is feeling-based and often less confident. They might agree on a conclusion, but arrive at it by completely different routes. And when they disagree, neither of them is usually wrong. Season 1. Darwin is sweet, slightly wide-eyed, still processing the world, with the openness of someone who grew legs fairly recently and found themselves in a comprehensive school. He accepts things readily. He's moved to strong emotion quickly. He's most himself when he's near Gumball. By the later seasons, something has deepened. He has opinions about things that aren't just reflections of Gumball's opinions. He has aesthetic preferences. He disagrees with Gumball more often and more substantively. His relationship with Carrie develops in ways that give him an emotional life that isn't structured around the Gumball friendship. The music arc is worth noting. Darwin has, across the series, been established as having genuine musical interest and some talent. He responds to music physically, emotionally, in ways that go beyond casual enjoyment. This is a character detail that gets used intermittently rather than consistently, but when it appears, it feels right. Darwin is the family member most likely to be genuinely moved by a song. There's also an arc in the later seasons that deals with Darwin's question of origin, what he was before he had legs, what the Darwins who came before him were, what exactly happened when he grew limbs and became a person. The show doesn't resolve this metaphysically. There's no answer to what made the eighth Darwin different. But Darwin's engagement with the question, who was I before I was who I am, is one of the more genuinely philosophical threads the show takes seriously. The episode does something structurally that I want to note, beyond what it reveals about Nicole. The Roots is constructed around a misunderstanding. Nicole becomes convinced that Darwin is secretly unhappy, that he doesn't belong, that he's suffering through an existence that doesn't fit him. She makes this conclusion based on some real evidence that she interprets incorrectly. Darwin has been looking sad. Darwin has been distracted. Darwin hasn't been himself. The actual reason Darwin has been sad has nothing to do with not belonging. He's worried about something else entirely, something much smaller, something that resolves easily once he's able to say it out loud. The episode takes Nicole's fear seriously, even while revealing it to be a misinterpretation. Her fear is real, and comes from real love. The fact that she's wrong about its object doesn't make the fear less real, or the love less genuine. The episode is not saying, Nicole was silly to worry. It's saying, this is what love looks like when it's anxious. It generates concerns that aren't always calibrated correctly, and those concerns still need to be addressed because the love underneath them is real. And Darwin's response to Nicole's fear, his understanding of where it came from, his deliberate reassurance, his choosing to make her feel secure even at the cost of vulnerability to himself, is one of the warmer character moments in the show's run. There's a specific quality to the Gumball-Darwin partnership that I want to articulate because it's different from other animated show best friend dynamics in ways that matter. Most animated best friend pairings have a clear structure. One character has the ideas, the other character reacts. The ideas come from the protagonist, and the best friend's job is to be there while the ideas happen, to provide reaction shots, to express the worry that the audience is also feeling. Darwin and Gumball don't quite work like this. Darwin has ideas, he has his own perspective on situations. He pushes back. He sometimes changes the outcome of the episode, not by stopping Gumball's plan, but by insisting on modifying it, by adding something to it, by having his own view of what should happen and advocating for it, even when Gumball is already committed to a different approach. The times when Darwin simply goes along with Gumball and doesn't push back are sometimes framed by the show as Darwin failing to do what he should do, letting his desire to please override his moral sense. These episodes exist partly to establish that Darwin's compliance is a choice, and not always the right one. Their dynamic is a partnership with genuine friction, which is rarer in animation than it sounds. One thing the show leaves productively unclear is the metaphysical status of Darwin's transition from fish to person. He grew legs. He started talking. He became a member of the family. At what point did he become a person? Was he a person before? Was he a person when he was the first Darwin? Or the fourth? Or the seventh? The show isn't interested in answering this cleanly. It's interested in the fact that the transition happened, that Darwin is now unambiguously a person with relationships and values and a history, and that the mechanism of the transition is less important than the fact of it, but the question lingers at the edges of his character. In the episodes that explore his origin, in The Origins and The Roots, from the Amazing World of Gumball, there's always the awareness that Darwin's personhood came from somewhere specific and recent. He was something else before. He chose legs, or legs chose him, and the choice turned out to be permanent. What this gives Darwin is a relationship with contingency that most characters don't have. He knows that the version of himself he is now almost didn't exist. He could have been any of the 7 Darwins who came before him, who didn't grow legs, who had shorter trajectories. The fact that he's here, in this family, with this name, and this history is not something he takes for granted. That might be part of why he's grateful in the specific way he is. Not performed gratitude, not the gratitude of someone who knows they should be thankful, but the gratitude of someone who has, at some level, always known how close they came to not being here at all. One last thing about Darwin, which I think is maybe the most quietly important thing about him. Darwin has been a person for a relatively short time. Whatever fish consciousness he had before he grew legs, whatever experience he accumulated in the bowl, watching the household from water level is not the same as the personhood he has now. He learned to be a person from being inside this specific family, in this specific house, in Elmore, which means his model of what a person is has come entirely from the Wattersons. His understanding of love comes from Nicole and Richard. His understanding of friendship comes from Gumball. His sense of moral responsibility comes from his own instincts, but has been shaped by the specific situations the Wattersons generate and the specific responses those situations require. He is, in some sense, entirely made by his environment. Most people are made partly by their environment and partly by their histories, their inheritance, the long accumulation of where they come from. Darwin has a short history. He's mostly made of now. I find that sort of wonderful. He came into the world with very little and built everything he is from what was around him. And what was around him was a chaotic, warm, imperfect, entirely specific family who loved him immediately and completely without needing him to be anything other than what he was. He got lucky. He knows he got lucky. I think that's part of why he's so careful to be the thing that good luck deserves. Someone who tries to be decent every day and usually manages. The school where Gumball, Darwin and Ananias spend most of their days is architecturally fairly normal. Corridors, lockers, classrooms with desks in rows, a gymnasium, a cafeteria. The building doesn't look particularly strange from the outside, which is almost more unsettling when you consider what's happening inside it. Let's start with the staff, because the staff is where some of the show's most interesting background details live. Miss Simeon has been teaching at Elmore Junior High for what the show describes as hundreds of thousands of years. This is meant literally. She is a teacher who has existed since prehistoric times, or possibly before that, and at some point, millions of years in the past, was in school alongside a much younger Nicole, whom she bullied. The show presents this without comment, as though a teacher being millions of years old is simply one of the things that can be true in Elmore. She's the main teacher for Gumball's class. She has a generally antagonistic relationship with Gumball and Darwin, which is her default mode with students she finds troublesome. She has a genuinely antagonistic relationship with Nicole, rooted in their shared history, which occasionally surfaces when Nicole is called to the school and the two of them end up in the same room. Her face, by design, resembles the Grim Reaper. The show mentions this at some point in passing as a design detail. It's apt. She has the presence of someone who has seen everything and found most of it disappointing. What makes her interesting beyond the running conflict with the protagonists is that she has a life outside school. She and Principal Brown have been in a relationship, a slow-building, occasionally embarrassing, genuinely tender relationship for most of the show's run. Principal Brown is a slug. Miss Simeon is millions of years old and looks like the Grim Reaper. They are, somehow, quite sweet together. She also has moments of genuine teaching. Not many, she's primarily antagonistic in her use, but there are episodes where the hostility falls away for a moment, and you see someone who has been doing this for an incomprehensible length of time, and has, somewhere in there, some commitment to the actual work. Principal Brown is a furry slug who runs Elmore Junior High with more goodwill than effectiveness. He's not a bad person or a bad principal, exactly. He means well, consistently. He's just easily outmaneuvered and prone to situations spiralling past the point where his interventions are helpful. His relationship with Miss Simeon is the thing the show uses him for most memorably. They've been together for a while by the time the show starts. They go on dates to the grocery store. They squabble in professional settings and then are clearly fine in personal ones. It's one of those background relationships the show keeps returning to, not to develop it dramatically, but to use it as evidence that this world contains ordinary human, slug and ancient primate, texture alongside all the chaos. He was originally voiced by Lewis MacLeod in Season 1, and then by Steve First from Season 2 onward, which is the kind of detail you tend to notice if you watch the show in order. Mr. Small is the guidance counsellor. He's a cloud man. Literally, a small cloud with limbs and a face, and he is extremely committed to a philosophy of New Age wellness that has, as far as anyone can tell, never successfully helped a single student with anything. Students leave his office more confused than when they entered. His advice is consistently sincere and consistently useless. He gives out tinfoil hats, which turns out to be significant later. He is not a US citizen, which is mentioned once and never explained further. And his cherished companion, a purple van named Janice that means more to him than almost anything, is treated by the show as a loss he carries and quietly grieves. Janice is very much a real vehicle with her own personality, or something like one, and she ended up somewhere she wasn't supposed to be. We'll come back to Janice when we get to the Void. Mr. Small's character is warm, essentially. He's not malicious, not selfish, not covering up some hidden meanness. He genuinely believes in what he's doing. It just doesn't work, and the show treats that with a kind of gentle affection. He's trying. It's not landing. He keeps trying. Rocky is the janitor and bus driver at Elmore Junior High. He's in his early 20s. He's affable, reliable, and not particularly remarkable in ways that make him a good recurring presence. Someone who grounds the school in something recognizable and normal while everything else gets more elaborate around him. He's the son of the Robinsons, who live next door to the Wattersons, which is one of those small connective threads the show weaves between its world's different zones. Now the classmates. There are a lot of them, and I want to give each of them something rather than just a list. So we'll move at a reasonable pace. Tobias is a mysterious dark-cloaked human POH K-Mon trainer who is known for being powerful and enigmatic rather than rainbow-coloured, popular, athletic, and a self-proclaimed charmer. He is these things to a lesser degree than he believes. He has a sister named Rachel, who appeared in the early seasons, and then largely didn't, and a friend group that fluctuates. He's a useful character type, the person who is just confident enough to be annoying, and just not self-aware enough to notice when he's being deflected. The show uses him for comedy that comes from watching someone try very hard at something and not quite get there. Joseph Banana, usually just Banana Joe, is exactly what the name suggests. An anthropomorphic banana who is the class clown. He jokes constantly, is hyperactive, and tends to end up in trouble as a side effect of the energy he brings to everything. His parents are Banana Bob and Banana Barbara. Banana Barbara, his mother, is a painter whose works turn out to be prophetic in ways that become very significant later in the series. This is not something you'd expect of the Banana Clown's mum, and it's one of the show's better long game reveals. Bobert is a robot. He's one of the most academically capable students in the school, by most measures. What he struggles with is emotion, social situations, understanding what other people need from him and how to provide it. He genuinely wants to have friends and doesn't always know how to be one. He has a defense mode that activates under threat, turning him into a much larger and more imposing version of himself. The gap between the Bobert who wants to connect and the Bobert who becomes a giant machine in crisis is something the show doesn't overdo, but uses well when it does. He's named after a portmanteau of creator Ben Bocquelet's first and last name, which is a detail I find sort of charming. Carrie is a ghost. Specifically, she's the ghost of a girl, and she's been 12 years old for 327 years, which the show establishes in a later episode with the casual accuracy of a fact that's been sitting in a folder waiting to be used. She's presented in the early seasons as gloomy and detached, with a goth aesthetic that the show treats as genuine rather than as affectation. She's genuinely not quite living in the same temporal experience as everyone else. She has, over 3 centuries, presumably watched a lot of people she's known pass through their lives and leave. Her friendship with Darwin gets developed in the later seasons. There's something that might be a romantic storyline there, handled with the show's usual lightness. She plays in a band at some point. She has more dimensions than the initial, gloomy ghost presentation suggests. Alan is a teal balloon character in the show. Carmen is a human character. They've been together since before the show began. They are, by some margin, the nicest couple in Elmore. Alan is so consistently, radiantly kind that the show occasionally uses him to explore what extreme niceness looks like from the outside. An episode where Alan's unfailingly positive nature is held up against more complex moral situations, and the question of whether unconditional kindness has limits. Carmen is kind in a way that has slightly more edges, slightly more willingness to call things as she sees them, which makes them work together. There are background warmth in the show. When things are bad, they're usually fine. That's a specific kind of usefulness. Masami is a cloud, white, round, the sort of cloud that looks harmless, who is the daughter of the Rainbow Factory's owner. Nicole's boss is Masami's father. She has the confidence that comes from knowing exactly where you are in a hierarchy and the volatility that comes from needing things to go her way. When Masami gets properly angry in the Amazing World of Gumball, not in POH Kehmon, she becomes a storm cloud. Literally, she darkens, she produces lightning and rain. She becomes a localized weather event. This happens once during the series. It is treated as inconvenient rather than alarming, which says something about Elmore's tolerance for this kind of thing. Idaho is a small potato character in the Amazing World of Gumball. He's stoic, quiet, and tends to appear in the background of group scenes more than in any given episode's foreground. He's from a farming family. The show doesn't do much with him, but he has a physical presence that's oddly right for the character. A small, dense, unhurried potato in a world of much louder things. Hector is the large student, very large. His actual scale relative to the school is roughly that of a giant. He attends Elmore Junior High in the sense that he occupies its vicinity, but some of his educational experience must be physically approximate. The show uses him for comedy that involves scale and physics, but also gives him some genuine characterization. He's gentle, he's careful, he's aware that he takes up a lot of space and tries not to cause problems because of it. Ocho is a character who exists in the visual style of an 8-bit video game character, a small spider-type sprite, pixelated from an era of games that Gumball would have been too young to remember as contemporary. He has a temper that the show deploys occasionally. He's one of the clearer examples of the visual style as character type principle. He literally is an old game character who ended up in this world. Sarah is a yellow ice cream cone who is an extremely committed fan of Gumball and Darwin. She shows up later in the show's run, introduced in a way that establishes her enthusiasm as something the boys find slightly overwhelming. She's harmless, she's warm, she's just a lot. Her name is a reference to Sarah Fell, one of the show's producers. The show has several characters named after crew members, which is one of those details that feels like a small acknowledgement of the collaborative nature of what got made. Leslie is a daisy, effeminate, friendly, plays flute in the school band, usually found with the girls. He's Penny's cousin, which gives him a small amount of lore relevance later. He begins a relationship with a character called Wilson Bilson in one of the later episodes, and the show treats this with the same matter-of-fact normality it brings to most things. Julius is a 1920s-style cartoon character with a bomb for a head. His visual design belongs to an era of animation quite different from most of the show's cast, and the bomb head is literal. He explodes when he becomes sufficiently angry or disgusted. He's a bully in the early seasons, connected to a detention gang, and has parents who share his design, a stick of dynamite and a firework rocket. His name is a reference to J. Robert Oppenheimer, the physicist associated with the atomic bomb. The show is not subtle about this. Sussy is, as mentioned, a live-action chin puppet. Sussy is a human chin, filmed upside down, with googly eyes attached, appearing alongside animated characters. She's used sparingly, but effectively. She has a particular quality of uncanniness that the show knows to deploy carefully rather than constantly. She's one of the instances where Gumball pushes its visual logic to a point where it becomes genuinely strange, and the strangeness is the point. I could go further. There are more students, more minor characters who appear and reappear across the 6-season run, but I want to make a broader point about what all of these characters represent. Elmore Junior High is a room full of things that don't belong to the same visual language, don't come from the same tradition, don't share a default aesthetic, and they're all just there, existing together, getting on with their school days. The cafeteria argument, and the drama production, and the sports day include characters who, in any other show, wouldn't exist in the same universe. That mixture feels deliberate. It feels like something Ben Bockley and the writing team were interested in. What happens when things that weren't made for each other end up in the same space? What community looks like when it's constituted from genuine difference? Gumball has always had something to say about that. Something I find interesting about Elmore Junior High that I haven't addressed yet. The school's social dynamics are quite realistic in the way they're structured, which is unusual for an animated show where schools tend to be either caricatures of hierarchy or purely functional settings for jokes. Elmore Junior High has a real social ecosystem. There are things like popularity and friendship groups, and the shifting alliances of early adolescence. Tobias orbits the social centre without quite being it. Alan and Carmen have their own stable unit. Carrie exists at the margin by both choice and circumstance. Hector simply takes up too much physical space to be part of most social situations in any conventional way. What the school doesn't really have is a clear popular-unpopular binary. There are students who are more confident, students who are less, students who are part of groups, and students who aren't, but the show doesn't organise them into tiers the way some animated shows do, where the popular kids are in a separate social stratum that plots are organised around ascending or descending. This is probably true to the experience of being in a school where everyone is so different from everyone else that conventional social hierarchies don't quite apply. When your classmates include a robot, a cloud, a 1920s cartoon character, a ghost, and a banana, the usual rules about what constitutes social currency are genuinely difficult to apply. I covered the main teachers earlier, but there are secondary staff members worth mentioning. The school has a nurse who appears in a few episodes dealing with the consequences of whatever disaster the episode has created. The nurse is a cloud, a different cloud from Masami and Masami's mum, and has the resigned quality of a healthcare professional who deals with cartoon physics injuries. There's an episode that reveals something about the school's staffing history that I find quietly funny. At some point, the school has employed Larry Needlemeyer, because of course it has. Larry has worked every job in Elmore, and there's no specific reason a school job would be exempt from this. The gym teacher is a physical presence in a handful of episodes, consistently requiring feats of athleticism from students who are, in some cases, not physically constituted for conventional athletics. Hector is too large for the gymnasium. Banana Joe is too unpredictable. The school's athletics program is a recurring source of chaos in a way that feels accurate. A few episodes that use the school setting in ways I particularly like. The Fight, an early episode in which Gumball is supposed to fight Tina Rex, a Tyrannosaurus Rex who is several times his size, and spends the episode trying to avoid this outcome. It's an early demonstration of the show's willingness to combine cartoon logic with real social anxiety. The fear of being physically hurt is real, even if the context is absurd. The Lesson, an episode about what Gumball and Darwin learn in detention, which turns into a genuinely thoughtful episode about different models of teaching and punishment, and what the point of any of it is. Miss Simeon is used well here, in a context that allows her to be right about some things rather than simply antagonistic. The slide about online social media analogues and the specific anxiety of digital social existence, which the show handles with the same light touch it brings to other contemporary issues, neither over-dramatising nor dismissing. The Slap, an episode about a ritual slap that exists in the school's social fabric, which becomes an episode about mob mentality and how social pressure operates. It's one of the darker episodes in terms of what it's observing about how group dynamics work. In the mythology reading of the show, the one where Elmore's visual diversity reflects something about what the world is and what its inhabitants are, the school is interesting as a gathering place. All these beings, from all these different origins and traditions and visual languages, are put in the same space and expected to navigate it together. The school doesn't sort them. It doesn't separate the CGI characters from the 2D characters, from the rubber hose characters. They share corridors and cafeteria tables and the same homework assignments. This is, in its way, the show's most explicit statement about what it thinks community should look like. Not sorted by category, not stratified by origin, just together, in the same space, figuring it out. It's messy and inefficient, and sometimes someone literally explodes, and sometimes the classroom is full of ice, and sometimes a Tyrannosaurus needs a hall pass. But everyone is there. There's a warmth in that image that I think is one of the things that makes Gumball distinctively itself. One thing I want to note about how Elmore Junior High is used across the series. The show returns to the same physical spaces consistently enough that you develop a spatial sense of the place. The main corridor, the lockers, the classroom where Miss Simeon teaches, the cafeteria, these spaces have a texture that comes from a repeated use, from knowing that the same arguments happen in the same places, that the dynamics between characters are shaped partly by where they're positioned in those spaces, the classroom in particular. Gumball and Darwin sit near the back, which is telling. Anais is probably in a different classroom given she's in a higher grade. Miss Simeon teaches from the front with a blackboard that gets written on, and erased and written on again. The physical setup is consistent, and the consistency makes the moments of disruption. The episodes where something physically unusual happens in the classroom land harder because the baseline is so established. The students of Elmore Junior High are almost unanimously more complicated than they initially appear. This is one of the things I appreciate most about how the show handles its secondary cast. Tobias, who is introduced as the vain athletic, would-be popular kid, turns out to have moments of genuine vulnerability. He wants to be liked in a way that goes beyond just wanting to be at the top of the social hierarchy. He wants people to actually think well of him, which is different, and the show occasionally surfaces this. Banana Joe, the class clown, has a family that the show treats with real warmth. The Banana Joe household, Bob and Barbara and Joe, is shown in enough episodes to have its own dynamics. Barbara's prophetic paintings add something strange and significant to an otherwise warm comedy family. Even Ocho, who appears mostly as a brief temper joke in earlier seasons, gets slightly more dimension in the later ones. The experience of being a character from an older visual tradition, existing in a world that has moved on from that tradition, is something the show occasionally acknowledges. The school works as a setting because the characters in it are each, under the comedy, trying to figure something out. That's what secondary school is actually like. Elmore Junior High changes across the seasons in ways that track the show's overall development. Early seasons use the school primarily as a setting for self-contained comedy situations. By the middle seasons, the school has accumulated enough history, enough ongoing relationships, enough established dynamics between characters that the school episodes can do more, can work from the context that's been built. The most significant school set mythology episode in the Amazing World of Gumball is probably The Inquisition, which takes the space the show has used for comedy for 6 seasons and makes it the site of something genuinely threatening. The corridors and lockers and classrooms that have been the backdrop for hundreds of jokes become the place where the void starts to break through. The show earns this transformation because you know the school so well. The wrongness of what's happening lands because you know what's right, and what's right is Miss Simeon teaching aggressively from the blackboard while Gumball tries to avoid being called on. When the floor breaks apart in those corridors, in that finale, it means something. It means something because the corridors mean something. For the first 2.5 seasons of the show, Penny Fitzgerald appears as a peanut, a light brown anthropomorphic peanut with antlers and a cheerleader's wristbands and orange trainers. This is what she looks like. When she walks down the corridor, when she's in class, when she and Gumball have an awkward exchange in which neither of them says what they obviously mean, peanut, with antlers. This is not unusual in Elmore, but it is, as it turns out, a choice. And the story of why Penny looks the way she looks for those first 2.5 seasons is one of the more quietly resonant things the show does. The Fitzgerald family are, all of them, shapeshifters. Their true forms are golden, fairy-like creatures who can transform based on their emotional states, glowing, beautiful, and genuinely alarming in the range of things they can become when their feelings get intense enough. Penny's father, Patrick, can become a towering, horned beast when he's properly angry. Her mother, Judith, has her own forms. Her younger sister, Polly, presumably has them too, though we see less of Polly. At some point in the family's history, a tradition developed. They wear shells, all of them, plain peanut-coloured shells over their true selves, every day, everywhere they go. This is presented as a matter of propriety, of tradition, of how things are done. The world sees a family of anthropomorphic peanuts with antlers. The shell is normal. The shell is appropriate. Breaking the shell, coming out of it, is the thing that would be strange. Patrick Fitzgerald is especially committed to this view. He's protective of Penny in a way that's recognisable as love expressed through control, which is a parenting mode the show handles with some nuance. He wants her safe. He defines safety as covered. He's wrong about this, and the show eventually says so, but the wrongness comes from a comprehensible place. Gumball has had a crush on Penny since before the show's events begin. This is established early and maintained throughout the first 2 seasons with a consistency that becomes its own kind of comedy. He can't talk to her without something going wrong. He rehearses what he's going to say and then says something else. He intercepts situations and makes them worse. He means very well, and the meaning well consistently collides with some small disaster of his own making. Penny, for her part, has clearly been waiting for him to just say something clearly for quite a long time. She's patient about it, patient in the way that someone who genuinely likes the other person can sustain, even when the other person is frequently a liability to themselves. The distance between what they feel and what they express is maintained through 2 full seasons, and then, in season 3, an episode called The Shell happens. It begins at school, during what's supposed to be a normal day that quickly turns into a revelation about Penny's true form. Gumball is in it. Penny is in it. At some point, in the course of the rehearsal, Gumball's attempt to recreate a scene results in him accidentally cracking Penny's shell. A small fracture. Just enough. He tries to apologise. She doesn't want to talk about it. She goes home. But the crack doesn't heal. And later that night, in a moment by herself, the shell breaks open properly, and the light that comes out is significant enough that you'd see it from outside. What comes out of the shell is Penny's actual self. A golden, glowing, fairy-like creature, currently in what turns out to be her most basic emotional state, which is complicated by the fact that the moment is immediately followed by the arrival of her father, and then by Gumball showing up and saying, before he can think about it, that she's beautiful, and Penny runs. The show understands this. When you've been taught to think your real self is something to be hidden, being seen for the first time doesn't automatically feel like relief. It can feel like exposure. It can feel like danger. Penny has spent her whole life being told that the thing underneath the shell needs to be covered, and now she's been seen without it, and the response she has been conditioned to expect is that something goes wrong. She runs, and as she runs, she transforms into something large and frightening, because that's where the fear takes her. The creature she becomes matches the fear that she'll be seen as a monster. Gumball follows her. He finds her in her transformed state. And what he says, simply, without drama, is that she's still beautiful. All of it, whatever she is. They kiss. The show makes them a couple, and Penny spends most of the rest of the show's run out of her shell permanently. The shape-shifting is worth dwelling on, because it's a genuinely interesting character mechanic. Penny transforms based on her emotional state, and the show is quite specific about how. When she's angry, she doesn't become a dragon. When she's scared, she might become very withdrawn, or retreat into herself and look fragile. There isn't actually any Gorgon form tied to a particular quality of rage. She stays human even when she feels more playful. Whatever form she's in, she keeps the antlers. They're hers regardless of shape, a continuity of self that persists through transformation. What this means is that Penny's emotions are visible in a way that most people's aren't. Not just on her face, but in her entire physical form. She can't pretend to feel different from how she feels, without her body disagreeing. The shell was, in part, a way of managing this, of keeping that legibility private. Out of the shell, she's learned to manage it, to have some control over the forms, but the underlying connection between feeling and shape remains. There's something in this about authenticity that the show doesn't overstate. It just is. The shell question doesn't end with the shell, the episode. It continues. The episode resolved Gumball and Penny's relationship, but the Fitzgerald family question, about whether the shell is right, about whether tradition is always reason enough, stays open. The transformation in season 6 is a whole episode dedicated to the ongoing argument inside the Fitzgerald family about Penny's decision to stay out of her shell. Patrick and Judith are not happy about it. Not because they don't love Penny, they do, but because the shell is the tradition, and Penny's choice is a challenge to a tradition they were raised with, that they've carried their whole lives. The episode traps Gumball in the middle of a family argument he doesn't want to be involved in, and he deals with it by telling increasingly circular, nested stories until he accidentally mediates the conflict by demonstrating, through the structure of his own stories, that they're all telling the same story about tradition and change over and over. He then runs away before they can thank him, because he hadn't intended any of it and was actually just stalling. It's a good episode. It's also one of the few times Polly gets a significant role. She's very young, very innocent, and spends the entire episode talking about unrelated things while everyone else argues around her, which is perfect. What I appreciate about Penny as a character across the run of the show is that she's not just the love interest who exists to be Gumball's motivation. She has her own perspective, her own family complications, her own ways of being in the world. She's warmer than Gumball and more even-tempered, but she has edges. She can be sarcastic when upset. She can be impulsive in her own register. She once attempted to ask Gumball to prom by a series of escalating plans that ended with him in hospital. She meant well. She and Gumball work as a couple because the show gives them both enough texture that you can see why they'd like each other. Not just they're the protagonist and the love interest, but these specific people with these specific qualities make sense together. That's harder than it looks. One of the things I appreciate about the Gumball-Penny relationship across the full run of the series is that the show doesn't treat the relationship as resolved by the events of the shell. Getting together is not the end point. It's the beginning of a different kind of story. Most animated shows that have a will they or won't they element either drag it out forever or end it quickly when the characters get together, because the tension was the story and the resolution ends the story. Gumball doesn't do this. It has Gumball and Penny get together in season 3 and then spends seasons 4, 5 and 6 developing what their relationship actually looks like, what it takes to maintain, what they're like as partners rather than as people trying to become partners. They fight in the way that people who love each other and have different impulses fight. Gumball tends toward drama and grand gesture. Penny tends toward direct communication that Gumball occasionally intercepts with an incorrect dramatic gesture. They misread each other sometimes. They also know each other well in the way that time and genuine attention produces. There's an episode in the later seasons where their relationship is seriously strained by a family argument that the show doesn't entirely smooth over in 10 minutes. It sits with the discomfort a bit longer than the show usually does. The argument is about something real, not a misunderstanding that can be dissolved by revelation, but a genuine difference in how they each see a situation, and the resolution involves both of them being partly right and partly wrong, which is the most realistic possible outcome. Penny exists outside her relationship with Gumball in ways the show develops intermittently but meaningfully. She has friends, she has her own relationship with Masami and Carmen and the other girls in the class, and these friendships have their own dynamics that don't revolve around Gumball. She cares about her family, specifically about her younger sister Polly, and her relationship with her parents, particularly the shell question, is an ongoing negotiation rather than a resolved situation. She has ambitions. The show doesn't fully develop what Penny wants for herself beyond school, but there are indications of aesthetic interests, of things she cares about outside of any relationship. She takes things seriously. She invests in things. Her shape-shifting gives her a specific relationship with her own emotions that's worth noting again here. She can't hide how she feels in the way that most people can. If she's angry, her form doesn't change to look angry. If she's frightened, her behaviour reflects the fear. This is a form of radical emotional legibility that she's been working with since coming out of her shell, and the show treats it as something she manages rather than something she's distressed by. She's learned which of her forms correspond to which states. She's learned to work with the transformation rather than against it. There's something attractive in the show's treatment of this, about the idea of someone who simply can't be opaque about their emotional state, who cannot maintain a face that doesn't match the interior. Penny's emotions are always visible. That's a vulnerability and also a a kind of honesty that the show treats as genuinely her, as part of what Gumball loves about her. The peanut shell shows up throughout the series in ways that extend beyond Penny's specific storyline, because it's one of the show's cleanest metaphors, and the show is aware of this. Other characters in Elmore have their own versions of shells. Not literal shells, not peanut-shaped protective coverings, but the thing the shell represents. The exterior that covers and protects while also hiding. Rob's villain persona is a kind of shell. Richard's cheerful obliviousness is a kind of shell. Even Nicole's competence is, in certain readings, a shell over the anxiety underneath it. The show doesn't make this explicit. It doesn't announce that it's using the shell as a consistent metaphor across the run. But the image recurs. The idea of the difference between the outer presentation and the interior truth is one that the show is interested in, and Penny's storyline is the most explicit engagement with it, while not being the only one. What Gumball's world seems to think, ultimately, is that the interior truth is worth the risk of showing, that the shell protects you from nothing worth protecting from, and costs you the possibility of being known. The show isn't naive about this. It shows Penny's fear when the shell breaks, shows that the fear was understandable, shows that the initial response to visibility isn't always acceptance, but it comes down on the side of the shell breaking. Come out of the shell. That's what the show thinks. Not because it's safe, it might not be, but because the alternative is never being fully there at all. The wonderfully weird world of Gumball continues with Penny in her shell-free form, which has been normalized to the point where it's just who she is. She shapeshifts. She has no antlers. The family has accepted it. Elmore Junior High has accepted it. The ongoing tension with the Fitzgerald family has settled into something more like a managed disagreement than an active conflict. Teresa Gallagher's return as Nicole means that the voice of Penny's mother is continuous across the original run and the revival, which gives the Fitzgerald family a consistency even through the voice cast changes elsewhere. What the revival does with Penny specifically is still developing, but the character who emerged from the shell, the one who has learned to be visible, to be known, to live in a form that responds to her feelings, rather than hiding them, is the character who continues into whatever Elmore's future becomes. The Fitzgeralds as a family are about tradition and the difficulty of leaving it. Patrick Fitzgerald's overprotective disapproval of Gumball and Penny's relationship is presented sympathetically, even while the show is clear that Penny's happiness requires her growing beyond the safety of her shell. He's not wrong that there's safety in the shell. The shell has protected the Fitzgerald family for a long time. The question is what it's been protecting them from, and whether that protection has become something more like confinement. The show draws the parallel without being heavy-handed about it. The shell is anything we wear to be acceptable that prevents us from being visible. The tradition of the shell is any tradition that's outlasted its original purpose, but persists through the inertia of it being how things are done. Penny's decision to come out of the shell is an act of genuine courage in the show's logic, not because the world outside is safe, it isn't guaranteed to be, but because the alternative is living entirely contained. The world outside might see her as monstrous. Gumball didn't. That's not a guarantee that no one will. It's just one piece of evidence that visibility doesn't always lead to rejection. She doesn't consistently have antlers. Whatever form she takes, dragon, gorgon, flying squirrel, mouse, she usually has the antlers. That continuity of self, that one thing that persists through transformation, is probably the show's most economical way of saying, you remain yourself through change. The shell was never you. When you put Penny's story next to the show's broader mythology, next to the void, next to what the world does to things it considers mistakes or too much, something interesting emerges. The Fitzgerald family's tradition of shells is a smaller scale version of the void's logic. It's a social system that removes certain things from visibility, the genuine selves of the people inside it. The shell doesn't send Penny to a parallel dimension. It just covers her. But the function is similar. What's underneath stays invisible, and the world is presented with the surface version, and the invisible thing doesn't have to be reckoned with. Penny coming out of the shell is, in this reading, a refusal of that system. A decision that the thing underneath deserves to be seen, even if the seeing is frightening. She walks out of the mechanism that was keeping her invisible and stays out. Rob, later in the series, faces a version of the same choice from the other direction. He's not being hidden by a tradition. He was literally removed, sent to the dimension where invisible things go. His decision to insist on existing anyway is the same refusal Penny made, from a much worse starting position. The show doesn't connect these explicitly. Penny and Rob have no particular story connection, but both of their arcs involve someone deciding they deserve to take up space in the world, despite a system that was designed to prevent it. That's the show's consistent moral position. The invisible things deserve visibility. The hidden things deserve to be seen. There's a brief scene in the shell that I want to single out, because it's maybe the most efficient piece of emotional writing in the episode. Gumball follows Penny through the town in the dark after her shell has broken open. She's frightened and has transformed into something large and threatening because that's what the fear produces. And Gumball keeps following. She shows him the fear in the form it takes, the dragon, the threatening shape, and he keeps following. He doesn't slow down. He doesn't look for an escape route. He catches up to her and says simply that she's still beautiful. Not in spite of the form she's become, just beautiful. The show doesn't linger on this, it moves on. But that moment, the one where Gumball saw everything and kept going anyway, is what the Gumball-Penny relationship has been built on ever since. Not just that he said the right thing, that he came after her into something frightening without being sure the right thing was available, and found it when he got there. That's what the show means by love, I think. Not the declaration, the following. There's a scene somewhere in the middle seasons of Gumball where a character looks directly into the camera. This is not unusual for comedy. Lots of shows break the fourth wall for a joke. What's slightly unusual about Gumball is that when it happens, it doesn't feel like a joke. It feels like a character genuinely acknowledging that they're being watched, and by extension, that they exist in a context they didn't choose and can't fully understand. Gumball is a show that became, quietly and gradually, interested in its own nature, in what it means to be a character in a story, in what exists outside the boundaries of the world you can see. This interest didn't arrive all at once. It accumulated across the seasons, mostly through small gestures and details, until it became central to the show's mythology. I want to spend a bit of time on the underlying logic of Elmore before we get to the things that are built on top of it, because the mythology makes more sense once you understand what the show thinks the world is. The show's approach to the fourth wall is, I think, one of its genuinely clever formal choices. It doesn't break the fourth wall constantly. It saves it, mostly, for moments where the breaking means something. There are entire seasons of episodes where characters largely treat the camera as absent, where the world has its own internal logic and doesn't address us. And then occasionally, a character looks out, acknowledges something, makes a choice that only makes sense if they know they're in a show. This pays off later in ways we'll get to properly when we talk about Rob. For now, the important point is that Gumball's world is one where the boundary between the story and whatever exists outside the story is, in principle, permeable. You can reach across it if you're aware enough. You can know things that the world of Elmore normally doesn't tell you. That's a more unusual piece of world building than it might initially seem. Larry Needlemeyer is an origami rock. He's made of folded paper, shaped into a rough rock shape, with a face. He works at the grocery store where Nicole shops. He also works at the gas station and the DVD rental shop, or he did, when that was a thing that existed, and the convenience store, and the fast food restaurant, and roughly every other place of employment in Elmore. Larry is everywhere. Simultaneously, he's in the background of scenes in locations that can't both employ him at the same time. He appears to work essentially every job in Elmore, with no explanation offered. The show eventually addresses this directly, in an episode called The Pizza, which reveals that Larry isn't just a useful background gag, he's foundational. If Larry doesn't work, specifically, if Larry quits all his jobs and leaves, Elmore deteriorates. The structures that hold the community together start to come apart. Things that should function stop functioning when Larry quits all his jobs. Elmore, it turns out, runs on Larry. This is both a joke and a piece of actual world building. Larry, the quiet put-upon origami rock who has worked every job in town and has a girlfriend named Karen and who genuinely distrusts the Wattersons because they're always getting him into trouble. Larry is what keeps the lights on. He's the invisible infrastructure of the community, so omnipresent that he's stopped being seen. I find this genuinely interesting as a piece of design. The most essential character is the one who's been there all along, in every scene, doing the work, no notes. I mentioned earlier that characters' visual styles in Gumball aren't just aesthetic choices, but reflections of what those characters are. I want to stay with that a bit longer, because it matters to what the show eventually does with its mythology. In Elmore, there are, broadly, different kinds of things. There are characters who look like they were hand-drawn in a contemporary 2D style. There are CGI characters. There are characters who seem like they come from the era of old cartoons, rubber hose animation, the 1920s style. There are live-action elements, photographs that have become characters, physical objects that walk and talk. The show treats all of these as being in the same world. They're all Elmore, but they're not all the same, and the way they look reflects what they are, in ways the show doesn't spell out explicitly, but rewards you for noticing. A character like Julius, the 1920s cartoon bombhead, is a kind of being that came from a specific era of visual tradition. Ocho, the 8-bit spider game character, is a kind of being that came from a specific era of digital games. They've ended up in Elmore, in the same school, living the same suburban life, but they brought their visual DNA with them. This matters eventually for thinking about what it means to be removed from a world, to be a mistake, to be sent somewhere else. When the show's mythology gets into questions about which things belong and which things don't, the visual diversity of the cast is part of the context. Banana Barbara is Banana Joe's mother, and she is a painter. Her paintings tend to be accurate representations of things that haven't happened yet. This is established gradually across several episodes as the show reveals that various things Barbara has painted have subsequently become true. It's not presented as a dramatic power. She's not treated as a prophet. She doesn't know she's doing it. The paintings just arrive. She makes them. They happen to be right. In the later seasons, Barbara's paintings start showing things that are harder to interpret. Static, darkness, things that feel less like images of future events and more like images of the absence of future events. And then she paints a picture of the Wattersons fleeing from something. Behind them, the world is becoming television static. And then she paints pictures showing nothing but the static. We'll come back to what this means when we talk about the void. For now, Barbara is the canary in the mine. She's the indicator. She doesn't know what she's seeing, and neither do we, until later. The world of Elmore has an underlying principle that takes a few seasons to become visible. It corrects mistakes. Things that don't fit, things that shouldn't be there, things that have been deemed wrong or irrelevant or extraneous, they get removed. Quietly, without announcement, with the subsequent restructuring of reality to pretend they were never there. Memory goes, photographs adjust, physical spaces fold. The people who knew the thing forget they knew it, and the gap in the world closes and everything continues. This is presented first through small examples. A character vanishes, a locker is missing, something feels wrong, but nobody can say what. The show builds up to explaining the mechanism, but the principle is there from early on. This world has something that functions like an immune system, and it uses that immune system on things it decides are errors. The question of what gets classified as an error is not neutral. It's not objective. It has implications for who belongs, for who gets to stay, for what the world decides is a mistake, and what it decides is worth keeping. We're going to spend a lot of the next section on this. Gumball's meta-awareness is worth looking at more carefully because it's doing something specific that distinguishes it from other shows that break the fourth wall. The usual mode of fourth wall breaking in comedy is a wink. The character looks at the camera, acknowledges the audience exists, maybe makes a joke about it, and then the show returns to its normal mode. This is a tool for a specific kind of comedy, the shared secret joke, the moment of intimacy between creator and viewer that's achieved by pretending the fourth wall was never there. It's used in Family Guy, in Deadpool, in various other places, and it's a legitimate device. What Gumball does is different. The moments when characters in Gumball acknowledge that they're in a show tend to carry weight. They tend to matter. They're not jokes mostly, or not only jokes. They're moments of genuine existential recognition. A character understanding that the story they're in is a story, that the world they're in is a world, that there's something beyond the frame, and the frame is a real thing with real edges. This matters more in some contexts than others. When Gumball looks at the camera in a comedy context, it's a gag. When Rob articulates his awareness of being a fictional character in the specific context of having been sent to the void for being too minor, that's the same mechanism doing different work. It's the awareness carrying emotional and philosophical weight rather than comedic weight. The show developed this over time. Early Gumball doesn't do much with meta-awareness. The later seasons do a great deal. This development tracks with the show's increasing interest in what the world of Elmore actually is, and what it means to be a being inside it. There's a reading of Elmore that the show develops gradually and never fully commits to, but that rewards noticing. In this reading, Elmore is not just a fictional cartoon city. It's a world that is internally aware of being a story. The void is what happens to the story's mistakes. The characters have, in at least a few cases, the ability to perceive the narrative structure they're inside. The world has mechanisms that maintain coherence, including the memory erasing mechanism of the void, that function the way a story's internal editor functions. Things that don't serve the story are removed. The story continues. In this reading, Gumball and his family are not just cartoon characters in a sitcom. They're beings who live inside a story, in a world that has rules derived from narrative rather than from physics. The laws of their world are partly the laws of storytelling. The power of the universal remote is real because control of a remote is a natural metaphor for control of a narrative. And the threat of the void is the threat of a story ending. When the void expands, the static that represents it is not just visual noise, it's the literal absence of content, the condition of a screen with nothing on it, the story with nothing left to tell. I find this reading compelling, and I find it affecting in ways that I didn't entirely expect from a children's cartoon. The idea that a world could be a story, and that being inside a story means being subject to a story's logic, and that one of the things a story's logic can decide is that you're not necessary, that you're a mistake, is a strange and resonant idea. Rob understood it. The void embodies it. The void. Let me return to something I mentioned in the first section and look at it from the angle of the show's metaphysics, rather than just its visual design. The backgrounds in Gumball are a mix of real photographs and digitally created imagery. They're photographs of real places mixed with CG elements. Real streets, real shops, real parks. And the characters who live in these places are not real. They're animated, they're drawn, they're CGI, they're constructed. This means the world of Elmore exists in a visual in-between space. It's not entirely fiction. The backgrounds often start as real photographs of actual places. But it's not entirely real. The characters are clearly fabricated. The show frequently places animated characters in real photographic environments. If you wanted to be philosophical about this, you could read it as: the world of Elmore is a real world in which fictional beings have taken up residence. The streets are real, the shops are real, the places exist, the inhabitants are the fiction. And in that reading, the void which removes the fictional inhabitants, which sends the mistakes away, might be understood as what happens when the real world reasserts itself over the fiction that's living in it. The fiction has to keep earning its place. The fiction has to keep being interesting enough, relevant enough, worth keeping enough, or it gets processed back out into the static. I'm not sure the show intends all of this consciously. I think some of it is just a visual style that has secondary resonances the creators built on as they went. But the resonances are there, and they're consistent with the mythology the show developed, and I find them interesting. One of the show's recurring interests is the category of real. What does it mean for something to be real in Elmore? The characters are animated, they're clearly constructions, and yet they live, they feel, they have memories and relationships and lives that matter to them. The void takes real beings who have feelings and experience and removes them because they're not interesting enough. The removal is real. The pain of Rob's experience in the void is real. The show poses this question most directly in The Inquisition, where Rob's plan is to turn the animated characters into live-action humans. His reasoning, as many viewers interpret it, is that if they become real, live-action humans instead of animated characters, they might escape to the other place and avoid being sent to the void. Whether this would work is left open by the narrative, but the question it raises is genuine. Is there a category of realness that protects you? Is there a way to be so real that the world can't decide you're a mistake? Rob thought the answer was live action. The show's mythology has a different answer, which is that the story matters. As long as the story continues, as long as there's content to display, the void stays at bay. It's not the kind of being you are that protects you, it's the kind of story you're in. There's a category of episode in Gumball that doesn't appear in most animated shows, which is the episode that is explicitly about the show being a show. The compilation is an episode that frames itself as a clip compilation, a deliberately low-effort format, and then turns this into an exploration of what clip compilations mean, why they exist, who they're for. It's a meta-joke, but it's also a genuine engagement with the question of how stories present themselves. The Credits is an episode that takes place during the closing credits of what the show frames as its own finale, a meta-finale within the show, addressing what it means to end and whether endings are ever really endings. This is doing something specific and unusual with the concept of narrative closure. The rerun, which we've discussed in the context of Rob, is also an episode that's explicitly engaging with what it means to reset a story, to have the power to undo what has happened, to return to a before, to erase consequence. The decision to use this power and then destroy it is an authorial statement about the value of consequence, even when consequence is painful. These episodes are the show at its most explicitly philosophical. They don't have the mythology weight of the Void episodes or the Rob episodes, but they're thinking about similar things from a different angle. What is this story, and what are its obligations to the characters inside it? If I had to summarize the philosophical project of Gumball's later seasons in a sentence, it would be something like, what do we owe the people who don't matter? The void is the sharpest articulation of this question. A world that removes the people it deems unimportant, without ceremony, without appeal, without the removed party having any recourse, or the remaining world having any knowledge. The question of what's owed to Molly Collins, to Rob, to all the things and people floating in the static, that's the question the show keeps returning to. And its answer, not in one episode, but across the run, is something. We owe them something. The something is imprecise. It might be witness, the act of knowing they were there, even when the mechanism is trying to remove that knowledge. It might be rescue, going in and pulling them back out, even if you don't remember doing it afterward. It might be the decision to keep being part of the story, even when the story has told you that you don't belong in it. Gumball doesn't resolve this into a principle. It dramatizes it repeatedly, from different angles, and leaves the resolution to the audience. That's good philosophy, or at least, it's what good philosophy feels like when a cartoon is doing it. I want to end this section with something that feels important for understanding the show's specific contribution to what animated television can do. Gumball is funny most of the time. It's frequently hilarious. The visual comedy is excellent. The character comedy is excellent. The situational comedy is excellent. If you watch it as a comedy, and only as a comedy, you will have a good time for many hours. The comedy is real, and the craft behind it is real. And underneath the comedy, completely compatible with it, and never undermining it, all of this, the metaphysics, the question of what the world owes to the people it deems unimportant, the concept of the void as the mechanism by which a world enforces relevance, the fourth wall awareness that Rob developed in the darkness of the void and carried back with him as the one thing he had over everyone else, the live-action backgrounds holding up the animated characters. Gumball was originally conceived around rejected commercial characters being given a school and a community and a home. All of this is happening in a cartoon that also has a scene where Richard tries to make cereal and floods the kitchen. Both things are equally Gumball. Neither is the real show, and the other the surface. They're the same thing, running simultaneously, and the art of the show is that it holds them together without either cancelling the other out. That's what I mean when I say there's more going on here than the show has any business having. It's not that the mythology elevates the comedy, it's that they exist at the same depth. The comedy is as fully realised as the mythology. The mythology is as genuinely funny as the comedy. I don't know how they did that. I find it impressive every time I think about it. One of the things that rewards watching Gumball closely and rewatching it is the accumulation of small details that turn out to matter. The Void's episodes were seeded long before the Void was properly introduced. Molly Collins appeared in Season 1. Rob appeared in Season 2. The tinfoil hat detail with Mr. Small was a background joke for seasons before it became plot relevant. These things were placed deliberately to be noticed either the second time through or the first time by the most attentive viewers. This kind of layering requires discipline and long-term planning. It's easy to plant a seed if you know exactly what it's going to grow into. It's harder to plant it without knowing for sure, with only the sense that the thing you're placing now will eventually connect to something you're going to build later. Gumball did this consistently enough across 6 seasons that the payoffs feel earned rather than retconned. The tinfoil hat, the background cyclops at the party, Banana Barbara's paintings, getting slowly stranger. Miss Simeon's implausible age, which seemed like a joke and is now treated by fans as part of the show's underlying lore and historical references. Larry's omnipresence, which seemed like a running gag and turned out to be the thing keeping the town functional. All of these things were there before they were relevant, and then they became relevant, and the show could trust them to be relevant because it had taken the time to put them in place. What I find most interesting about Gumball's meta-awareness is that it doesn't use self-awareness as a get-out-of-jail-free card. A lot of metafictional work in comedy uses self-awareness as a way to avoid commitment. If you acknowledge that what you're doing is a trope or a cliché, you're preempting criticism by saying, "I know, I'm doing it anyway, don't take it seriously." Gumball's self-awareness doesn't work like that. The show knows it's a show, and then it uses that knowledge to take its material more seriously rather than less. Rob knowing he's in a story doesn't make his experience less real within the story. It makes it more so, because he has information nobody else has, and that information is painful, and the pain is genuine. The fourth wall for Gumball is not a joke wall. It's a real wall that happens to have windows in it. There is a place in Gumball that exists specifically to contain the world's mistakes. Not a metaphor for it. An actual place. A dimension that sits alongside Elmore, invisible to the people who live there, and that has been quietly filling up with things the world decided shouldn't exist anymore. Characters who weren't interesting enough to keep. Objects whose time had passed. Concepts that fell out of favour. Things that were created and then judged to be wrong. This place is called the Void. I find the Void, as a piece of mythology, genuinely affecting. It's one of those ideas that sounds clean and abstract when you describe it, and gets less comfortable the longer you sit with what it implies. The Void has a background that looks like television static. The visual noise between channels, between signals, the grey and white interference that you'd see on a screen, with no input. Islands of rock float in it. Objects drift. The laws of physics operate differently there, in ways that make navigation difficult and escape uncertain. When something is sent to the Void, several things happen simultaneously. The thing disappears from Elmore. Any physical space associated with it folds. The show uses the image of a gap in the world, a fold in reality where the thing used to be. Photographs lose their subjects. Memories go. The people who knew the thing stop knowing it without knowing that they've forgotten. Reality restructures around the absence, and the absence becomes invisible. Tinfoil does not protect against memory erasure caused by the Void. Tinfoil headgear, the show establishes, protects your memories from being wiped. This is why Mr. Small gives out tinfoil hats as a general guidance counsellor activity that he would describe as spiritual protection, but which turns out to have a specific practical application. He knows on some level that there are things worth remembering. He just doesn't always know what they are. The show establishes the Void's contents with some care. There are yachts, laser discs, the mullet as a hairstyle, 80s hairspray, sent there due to its toxicity, the Hindenburg-era Zeppelin, a transmission tower deemed too dangerous. Pluto, the planet, or rather the former planet, apparently sent to the Void when it was reclassified as a dwarf planet in 2006. The show notes that Pluto appears in the Void looking like Jupiter, which is a detail I have no explanation for, and the show doesn't offer one. These are objects, concepts, things that had their moment and then became unfashionable, or inconvenient or wrong, but there are also people there. This is the part that matters. The first human to be sent to the Void, as far as the show establishes, is a student named Molly Collins. Molly had appeared in season 1 of the show. She was in Gumball's class. She had a tree house. She had what might generously be called an unremarkable personality. She wasn't funny, wasn't particularly interesting, didn't stand out in any notable way. She was just there, and then she wasn't. The world restructures. The treehouse disappears. The locker associated with her is gone. Nobody can quite remember her. Gumball and Darwin notice something is wrong. There's a photograph that doesn't quite make sense. A gap in the world where something used to be. And they can't name what's missing. Mr. Small has a tinfoil hat. With the hat on, he can remember. And what he remembers is that there's a girl who's gone. And something larger underneath it all. The Void, the Season 3 episode, follows Gumball, Darwin and Mr. Small going in to find Molly. They pry open the gap in reality, the fold where her treehouse used to be, and fall into the void. Inside, all the mistakes the world has made, floating in the static. Molly, frozen in time, in her treehouse, mid-gesture. She doesn't know she's been there. She thinks it's still the day she disappeared. Time in the void doesn't work in a way that's legible from inside it. They find her. They find Janice, Mr. Small's van, who turns out to be a purple hippie van that runs on good vibes. Gumball, Darwin, Mr. Small and Molly make it back through the portal and escape the void before it closes. And then their memories are erased. This is the part I keep coming back to. The void isn't just a storage mechanism. There are indications throughout the show that it has something like intent. When Gumball, Darwin and Mr. Small escape, the portal tries to close on them. It makes the exit harder. It tries to keep them inside. After they're out, the tinfoil hats that were protecting their memories are somehow removed. The show suggests the void took them, to prevent its existence from being revealed. The void controls information about itself. It erases witnesses. It behaves on some level like a system that wants to remain unknown. Why the show offers the suggestion that the void's purpose is to maintain harmony in Elmore by quietly removing things that disrupt it. A world without its mistakes. A world where the uncomfortable things, the inconvenient things, the things that didn't fit, don't exist. And if that purpose is disrupted by someone knowing the void is there, the void removes the knowledge. It's not malicious exactly, or it doesn't seem to have malice in the way a person has malice. It's more like a system doing what it was built to do without any particular interest in the experience of the things it processes, which is possibly more unsettling than malice. Banana Barbara's paintings establish something across the later seasons of the show. They start by showing future events, specific concrete things that later come true. They gradually shift. The images get harder to read, and eventually they show only static, darkness, and the Watterson family running. The void, the show suggests, doesn't just hold things. If left unchecked, if the world keeps generating mistakes, if the mechanism keeps running, if nothing changes, the void expands. It grows. It eventually consumes everything. In the future, Barbara is asked to paint and can produce nothing but images of static. She tells the person asking that there is no future. She doesn't mean it metaphorically. The void, as she can see it, reaches all the way to the horizon. The Inquisition, the season 6 finale, is where this starts to become real. The void begins to manifest in Elmore Junior High. Holes appear in the floor. Things are pulled towards something. Someone who has been trying to prevent this in their own extreme and deeply counterproductive way fails and falls in. We're getting to him in the next section. There's a reason the Rob section comes after this one. I want to stay with something a bit longer because I think it's the most interesting part of the void's concept. The things that get sent to the void are not classified as mistakes, errors, things that shouldn't exist, and on the surface, that category is filled with things like jorts and laser discs and Pluto, which is easy enough to accept. But Molly was sent there for having a boring personality, for not being interesting enough, for failing to hold attention, and later, as we'll discuss, someone else was sent there for being a background character in a show, for being the kind of person nobody noticed or remembered, for being, in some operative sense, not important enough to keep. The void's classification system is aesthetic and social as much as it's about actual wrongness. It removes the forgettable, the unfashionable, the overlooked, the minor. This is a genuinely uncomfortable idea when you let it sit. Gumball's world has a mechanism, the void, for removing people who don't make enough of an impression, and the mechanism is self-concealing, so nobody outside the void knows it's happening. the forgettable thing disappears into the void in the amazing world of Gumball, and everyone forgets it was ever there, and the gap closes, and life continues. Until someone goes looking, until someone notices the gap and asks what used to be there. The void is not the only thing going on in Gumball. It's not even the central thing in most episodes. The show runs for 6 seasons, and most of those episodes are about smaller things: school disasters, family arguments, a misunderstanding about a DVD, a chase around the neighbourhood. But the void is always there, in the background, in the spaces the show doesn't usually draw attention to. And once you know it's there, you start seeing the shape of it everywhere. There's something worth dwelling on in the actual texture of the void as the show depicts it, because the visual choices say things that the dialogue doesn't have to. The static, that's what the void looks like. The visual noise of a television receiving no signal. And there's an argument to be made that this is the most appropriate possible image for what the void is. TV static is the absence of content. It's what a screen looks like when there's nothing there to display. The void is, visually, the representation of absence itself. Things go there, and the static is what they become, but they don't quite become nothing. This is important. Molly was crystallized, not dissolved. She was in the void and still existed as Molly, frozen in her treehouse mid-action, waiting without knowing she was waiting. The void doesn't destroy, it holds, it keeps. Things exist in the void, they just exist outside of the story, outside of Elmore, outside of the place where their existence has any relevance or meaning. The loneliness of that is something I find hard to shake. Imagine being Molly Collins. You're in your treehouse, and then time stops. In the show, Gumball and Darwin rescue Molly from the void by touching her, and they lose their memories of the experience afterward. The whole thing, the being gone, the rescue, stayed with her. She went back to her life without knowing she'd ever left it. That's not entirely a rescue. That's a specific kind of experience that the show chose not to examine too closely, because examining it too closely would take it somewhere darker than a children's cartoon usually goes. But the shape of it is there if you look. One of the quieter implications of the void, which the show establishes but doesn't linger on, is that it's been running for a very long time. Elmore is not a new city. The mistakes it's made are not only the ones that have happened during Gumball's 12 years of life. The void has been filling up, presumably, for as long as Elmore has existed. Every unfashionable thing, every boring person, every concept that fell out of favour across the whole history of the place, sent there, quietly, without announcement. Which means the void contains an archive of everything the world has ever decided was wrong. Not just jorts and laser discs and forgotten background characters. The full inventory of Elmore's history of judgment. Every person who didn't make enough impression. Everything that wasn't interesting enough to keep. That's a lot. That's an enormous amount of history in a dimension that looks like television static. The show doesn't go to the void often enough to really map it. We see glimpses, we see some of what's floating there. But the sense you get from those glimpses is that what's visible is only a fraction of what's there, and that the fraction is large. I find this detail, which is almost throwaway, slightly haunting. The world has been maintaining this system for a very long time, and the system has been working quietly and without anyone knowing, and the things that went through it are just in there, existing in the static, waiting. For what exactly is not clear. The void doesn't seem to have a purpose beyond containment. It doesn't process or transform, it just holds. And the things it holds, they just float there, in the dark. For as long as the void has been running, and presumably for as long as it continues to run, which, per the show's mythology, might not be that much longer. But still. There's a mechanism in the void that I want to look at more carefully. The memory erasure. When someone escapes the void, or when someone learns about the void through proximity to someone who's been there, Their memories of the experience are erased. At the end of The Void, Gumball, Darwin, Mr. Small and Molly lose their memories of the void. But who is doing this? The void itself, apparently. The dimension that holds mistakes is also capable of removing the memory of its own existence from people who've encountered it. This is not a passive capacity. This is active management of what people know. The void is censoring itself. It removes the knowledge of its own existence to prevent that knowledge from spreading. If people knew the void was there, knew that mistakes were being quietly erased, knew that the community around them was being managed, they might interfere. They might, as Gumball and Darwin did, go in and start rescuing things. The void prevents this by ensuring nobody who leaves it can tell anyone else what they found. This makes the void substantially more unsettling than a passive dimension. It's not just a dumping ground. It's an active system with a self-preservation mechanism. It defends its own secrecy. It's been doing this for as long as it's been running. Mr. Small suspected something. He made tinfoil hats, almost as a joke, almost as a spiritual practice, but also, perhaps, because on some level he knew that memory could be taken and wanted to guard against that. He didn't know why. He just felt it was right to be protected. The tinfoil hat thing is treated as a running comedy detail about Mr. Small's eccentricity. It turns out to be one of the most practically wise things any character in the show does. The show is genuinely ambiguous about whether the void has anything like intent, whether it's a system or an entity, whether the active quality it demonstrates, closing portals, removing memories, categorizing mistakes, is something it does because it was designed to, or something it does because it wants to. This distinction matters. A system that removes mistakes because that's its function is one kind of thing. An entity that removes mistakes because it has decided to, because it wants the world to be a certain way, is quite another. The show doesn't answer this. The void never speaks. It has no face, no representative, no character that expresses its perspective. It simply does what it does, consistently, across the show's run. The consistency might suggest design. The active self-defense might suggest something more. I've thought about this more than is probably reasonable, and the conclusion I keep arriving at is that the show wants it both ways. The void as a system is interesting for what it says about the world's implicit values, the idea that there is some mechanism, however impersonal, that enforces relevance, that penalizes forgettability. The void as an entity is interesting for different reasons. The idea that the force removing the forgotten is itself a thing with interests and the capacity to protect them. Both readings make it frightening. The system reading just makes it more quietly, structurally frightening. Let me end this section with the thing the void actually made me think about most, which is a question rather than an answer. What do we owe the things and people that have been forgotten? Molly Collins was boring. She was there, and she was unremarkable, and the world decided to remove her. She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't hurt anyone. She just didn't make enough impression, and the response to that was to erase her, to take her out of the world, to fold the space she occupied, to ensure nobody remembered she existed. The show treats this as wrong. Gumball and Darwin go in and get her back, and the episode treats their doing so as obviously the right thing to do, as something that needed to happen regardless of Molly's level of interestingness. That she was a person, whatever kind of person she was sufficient reason to go in after her. And later, the show asks the same question about Rob, who was sent there for roughly the same reason. Who wasn't interesting enough? Who didn't have enough purpose? Who was a background character in a world that had decided background characters didn't count? The answer the show gives, not explicitly, but through what it chooses to do. They count. The forgettable person counts. The background character counts. The The boring student counts. The show is uncomfortable with a world that has a mechanism for removing people who don't make enough impression, and it expresses that discomfort by having its protagonist go into the mechanism and start pulling people out. This is not a complicated moral stance, but it's a genuine one. And it runs through everything Gumball does with the Void, from the first episode that features it to the last. One more dimension of the Void that I want to address, which is its relationship to memory specifically. Memory, in the context of what the Void does, is the persistence of something in someone's mind after the something has been removed from the world. You forget Molly Collins after she's gone. The memory is the proof that she existed. The memory is, in some sense, her survival. So the Void takes the memory too. This is more than just practical erasure. It's the elimination of the last thing that kept the removed thing real. You can remove someone from the physical world, and they still exist in the minds of the people who knew them. That's what we mean when we talk about living on in memory. The continuation in others' minds as a version of persistence. The Void usually removes both the physical presence and the memory of someone, though not always consistently. It removes the physical presence, and then it removes the mental trace. The person is gone, and the fact that they were ever there is gone, and the gap that should be where they were closes, and nothing remains. That's as total a removal as removal can be. Mr. Small's tinfoil hats are in this reading a specific and unusual act of resistance. They protect the memory. They prevent the erasure. If you're wearing a tinfoil hat when the Void erases someone, you keep knowing that they were there. You keep knowing something that the Void is trying to take from you. You become a witness to an act the Void is trying to make impossible to witness. There's something important in that. Witness, memory as resistance, the act of remembering as a way of refusing the completion of the erasure. Gumball and Darwin lost their memories when their tinfoil hats were erased by the Void, but they went in. They bore witness briefly, even if they couldn't keep it. They knew for a moment that Molly was there, and that the world had removed her, and that this was wrong. The tinfoil hat was taken. The moment passed, but it happened. Something that becomes interesting when you think about the Void in relation to the show as a whole. The Void is the mechanism the world uses to remove its mistakes, and the show is, among other things, a collection of things that might once have been considered mistakes. The cast of Gumball, the visual diversity of the population, the mixture of animation styles was, as mentioned, born partly from rejected commercial characters, from things that were made and then not used, from creative work that was judged and found insufficient for its intended purpose. Ben Bockley gathered up these rejected things and put them in a school together. He gave them a world. He gave them a community and relationships and a mythology and 6 seasons of stories. This is, in structure, the opposite of what the Void does. The Void removes rejected things. Gumball gives them a home. The show is, in a sense, a world built on the principle that the rejected things are worth keeping, that the unused commercial characters and the misfits and the background extras deserve a place in the story. Rob's arc makes this explicit, as we've discussed, but it's present at the level of the show's design. Before Rob was ever a named character, before the Void was ever introduced. The decision to build Elmore from rejected characters is the same impulse that the mythology later articulates through the Void's critique. That's a satisfying coherence when you see it. Something I want to address directly, because it matters for how you experience the Void episodes as a viewer. The show does not play these sequences for horror. The Void is genuinely unsettling in concept, and the show knows this. But it doesn't lean into the unsettlement with dramatic music or jump scares or the visual grammar of horror. It keeps the same tone it uses for everything else, slightly wry, slightly sad, curious about its own material. This is a choice, and it's the right choice for sleep content, and also for the show's overall character. A horror register void would be a different show. The void, as Gumball handles it, is more like something you find disturbing when you sit with it quietly, in the dark, at the end of a long day. The unsettlement sneaks up on you rather than hitting you. The sequence in The Void where Gumball and Darwin are inside and looking for Molly has a quality of gentle wrongness to it. The static, the floating rocks, the too quiet sound design. Everything is slightly off in ways that accumulate rather than explode. And Molly frozen in time in her treehouse, mid-gesture, in the middle of a day that stopped. That image has stayed with me more than most horror images have. The show earns The Void's emotional weight by underplaying it, by treating it as simply a place that exists, sad and strange and inevitable, rather than a monster to be feared. That makes it more real. One more thing worth saying. The Void is not the villain. The show doesn't treat it as an evil force to be defeated. It treats it more like a condition, a property of the world, like gravity, that has significant consequences depending on how it acts on you. The villain of the Void's consequences is the underlying logic that the world should remove its mistakes. The Void is just the mechanism. The mechanism was built to serve a purpose that the show gradually reveals to be more troubling than it initially appears. But the Void itself doesn't have malice. It has function. This distinction matters because it means defeating the Void isn't the solution. You could destroy the mechanism and the underlying logic would still exist. The world's judgment about what counts as a mistake would still operate, would still classify people, would still produce the same kind of removal, even without a specific dimension to receive the removed things. What the show suggests, through Rob and through what happens in the revival, is that the solution is narrative. Keep the story going. As long as the story continues, the Void has nothing to expand into. The Void threatens when the story ends or stalls, or has a hole in it. The solution is not to destroy the Void, but to keep writing. There's something genuinely hopeful in that, under all the static. From a purely craft perspective, the Void is an interesting narrative device because it allows the show to kill things and bring them back without consequence, and also to kill things and not bring them back. And the audience doesn't always know in advance which it will be. When Molly disappears, comes back, and then has her memory erased, that's the Void as a mechanism for stakes without permanent consequence. The stakes were real while they were happening. The rescue was real. The erasure is real and a bit sad, but nothing is permanently destroyed. When Rob goes into the Void and comes out broken, that's the Void as a mechanism for permanent change. He doesn't get better. The damage he sustained coming through the narrow portal is the damage he lives with for the rest of his run in the original series. The Void gave him an injury that time doesn't fix. The show knows the difference between using the Void to create reversible stakes and using it to create permanent ones. It doesn't use the permanent version often. The permanent version has to carry more weight and so requires more space. But when it does, the result lands. It's one of those world-building elements that functions as a storytelling tool. The Void is not just mythology. It's a machine the show can use to produce specific kinds of story, and the show has been thoughtful about which kinds. I want to return to Mr. Small's tinfoil hats one final time, because the more I think about them, the more they seem like one of the show's most efficient pieces of writing. He gives them out without knowing exactly why. He believes in them. They work, they protect memory from the Void's erasure, and he had no specific reason to think they would work, only the intuition that some protection was needed. He didn't know what the Void was. He didn't know what was taking things. He knew somehow that memory could be stolen and that protection was possible. Acting on insufficient information because the stakes of being wrong are too high, making the hat anyway, giving it away anyway, doing the protective thing without full knowledge of what you're protecting against. That's a specific kind of wisdom. It doesn't require certainty, it just requires the sense that some things are worth guarding. There's a character in Gumball who appears in the background of a Season 1 party episode. He's visible in a few frames. He's a young human boy who strongly resembles Roy, with dark hair, normal proportions, and 2 ordinary eyes. He attends Elmore Junior High. He's in Gumball's class. For a long time, that's all he is. His name, which the show kept from its audience for a while, and which the crew apparently treated as something of a joke when asked, is Rob. Rob is the character I find myself thinking about most when I think about Gumball. He's the one whose arc keeps pulling me back. And that's interesting, because his arc begins from the most nothing possible starting point, a recurring background extra with almost no function in the story. What the show does with this, over the course of several seasons, is one of the more quietly impressive things I've encountered in animated television. Rob appears in a few Season 2 episodes in minor ways. In The Pony, he's on a street when Gumball and Darwin walk past him. He's actually excited to see them. He tries to say hello. Gumball doesn't know his name, calls him Richie or Rich or something beginning with R. Darwin accidentally kicks him down a manhole, and they continue walking without really registering that anything happened. That's his Season 2 presence. He exists. He's not noticed. He has no role. The show hadn't yet decided what to do with this, but it had, apparently, been tracking him. In the Void episode, the episode that establishes the parallel dimension where mistakes are sent, Rob is briefly visible. He's in the Void with Molly Collins. He's there because the world decided he was a mistake, a nondescript character without purpose or role, too forgettable to justify keeping. Gumball and Darwin enter the Void to rescue Molly. Rob is there. Rob calls out to them. He can see them, he knows them, he's trying to get their attention. He's calling for help from 2 people who don't know his name. They don't notice him. They rescue Molly. They leave. The portal closes. Rob is still in the Void. He gets out. He grabs onto Janice Mr. Small's van as it's driving through the closing portal, and he hauls himself out. But the Void's exit doesn't let things through cleanly. It corrupts whatever passes through its narrow margins, and Rob comes out the other side, physically broken. His body is now glitchy. Parts of him display static. His proportions are wrong in ways that suggest the exit tried to close on him as he came through, and he made it by something small. He ends up in the Wattersons' basement. He remembers exactly who he is. He doesn't know where he came from or why he's there. The Nobody is the episode that formally introduces Rob as a character. Gumball and Darwin find him in their basement, frightened and confused, insisting he's a nobody without purpose or identity. He shouldn't even exist, he says. He doesn't know what he's doing here. They talk to him. They suggest he find a role for himself. They suggest, almost as a joke, that he become a villain, the missing bad guy in Elmore's generally chaotic but villain-free landscape. And that's when the memory comes back. Rob remembers the Void. He eventually remembers the rescue mission. He remembers calling out. He remembers being not seen, not heard, not noticed by the same 2 people who are now casually suggesting he should be their nemesis. He agrees, he swears vengeance, he finds a purpose. The show treats this with some dark comedy. Rob's transition from "I'm nobody and I don't exist" to "I am your worst nightmare" happens very fast, and the speed of it is part of the joke. But underneath the comedy is something real. Rob found a way to matter. He found a role to play, a story to be part of, a reason to be in the world. It's a bad reason, but it's his. The Nemesis is the episode where Rob attempts to actually be a villain, and it does not go well. He's built 563 traps. All of them have failed. He's tried flooding Elmore by destroying the dam, only to discover that what he thought was the dam was actually a vending machine. He's tried various other plans that have similarly dissolved on contact with reality. Gumball and Darwin at this point take pity on him. They help him. They give him a voice modulator. They design him a costume. They name him Dr. Wrecker. A significant voice actor, David Warner, who you might know from a large number of things, voices him in this form, lending a genuine menace to a character who is currently trying to flood a town with no dam. The help is genuine in a weird way. They're helping him become a more effective villain because they feel bad that he's such a bad one. This is very Gumball. The protagonist assists his nemesis in being a more credible threat because the nemesis was sad. Rob eventually manages to leave Gumball and Darwin suspended upside down from one of his traps and walks away laughing. It's a genuine, if minor, victory. He's getting better at this. The escalation happens in Season 4, in an episode called The Disaster, which is when Rob becomes genuinely dangerous and also becomes, in a way he hasn't been before, genuinely interesting. He has a universal remote, not a TV remote, a remote that controls reality. It can rewind time, pause moments, change the language of what's happening, eject things from the scene. He uses it on Gumball's life, systematically. He changes the language track so that everything Gumball says sounds aggressive. He pauses moments and rearranges them. He takes apart Gumball's relationships with Penny, with his family, one by one, with the precision of someone who has thought about this a lot. But more importantly, in this episode, Rob says something that changes the shape of everything that came before it. He tells Gumball that he knows this world is fictional. He knows they're in a show. He knows that Gumball, as the protagonist, has a structural advantage over him that has nothing to do with virtue or effort or luck. Gumball is the main character, and that means the universe organizes itself around him. The story is his. Everyone else is peripheral. Rob, in being sent to the void, understood something he couldn't have otherwise. He'd seen the mechanism. He'd been processed by it. He knew from the inside that there was a selection system operating on this world, and that the selection criterion was narrative importance, and that he had failed the criterion. His anger at Gumball is not personal exactly, it's structural. Gumball's existence as the protagonist is what makes Rob's non-existence as a character possible. The story goes to Gumball because stories go to protagonists. Rob gets the void because that's where the non-protagonists go. He tells Gumball he never wanted to be the villain. He wanted to be a cute sidekick with his own spin-off. But the available roles were taken. Given the structure of the world, the only way to have a part in it, to have a place, to matter, to exist in a story, was to be the antagonist. So he became the antagonist. Then he throws the universal remote into the void and throws Gumball in after it. The Season 5 opener, the rerun, is the direct follow-up. Gumball uses the universal remote to rewind time and reverse everything Rob has done. He finds Rob there, and in this encounter, something shifts. Rob is already mutated and glitchy in the void. His already corrupted form is getting worse. And Gumball, who has every reason at this point to treat Rob purely as the villain, Rob dismantled his life in the disaster. Rob is responsible for things that were genuinely harmful. Gumball tries to save him. Rob ultimately chooses not to accept Gumball's attempt to save him. He says the void is where he belongs. His story was the villain's story, and the villain's story ends in defeat. He tells Gumball to leave him there. There's a moment in this episode where Gumball has the remote and could use it to end Rob, could press whatever button removes him from the story, and he can't. He simply has no problem using it against Gumball, and the show lets this sit. Rob looks at the button and he can't press it. He rewinds time, all the way back to before the disaster began. Gumball rewinds time to before the events of the disaster. Gumball resets almost everything. All the damage Rob did in the disaster, all the harm he can fix, and destroys the universal remote because it's too powerful and dangerous for anyone to hold, himself included. The show ends from that timeline before the damage ever happened, and the moment of connection between Gumball and Rob is erased along with everything else. Rob wakes up not knowing any of it occurred, while Gumball is sent back with full knowledge of what happened. Rob, after this, has an episode where he tries to make Banana Joe his new nemesis, the X, partly because the Gumball dynamic is too emotionally complicated now, partly because Banana Joe is easier to hate and doesn't generate the same feelings. It doesn't work. Gumball keeps interfering. They end up re-establishing their rivalry through the simple process of Gumball being irritating enough to make Rob remember why they were enemies in the first place. The final Rob arc runs through Season 6, beginning with The Future. Banana Barbara's paintings have started showing only static. Rob takes this seriously in a way nobody else does. He's the one who knows what the static means because he was in it. He's seen the void from the inside. He knows that static isn't a visual style. It's what happens when things are removed. He tries to understand what the paintings are showing. He tries to understand the timeline. And what he works out, eventually, is that the void is coming. Not the small-scale void that removed Molly and removed him. The full-scale version. The version that doesn't stop. His response to this in The Inquisition is to disguise himself as a school superintendent named Superintendent Evil, and attempt to convert every animated character in Elmore Junior High into a live-action human. His theory is that if everyone becomes live-action, becomes real, in the sense of existing in a world that isn't made of cartoon, they'll be able to escape to the other place, presumably our world. Presumably somewhere the void doesn't reach. He's wrong about whether this will work. He's also committing what is, by conventional measures, a violation of everyone's autonomy, and a very alarming thing to do to a school full of students and teachers. He knows this. He does it anyway, because he's decided the alternative is worse. He fails. He's defeated. He wakes up alone in the school in the middle of the night, the floor empty around him, and he sits with the failure. And then the floor breaks open beneath him. The void starts to appear in the episode, The Void. The static creeps in from the edges. Rob is the first to see it, because of course he is. And the last image of him in Season 6 is him falling. He says, "Oh no, it started." In the wonderfully weird world of Gumball, Rob is rescued before he hits the depths. He ends up working with the owner of the Awesome Store, a mysterious figure we'll mention more in a later section, and in the revival, his role shifts from villain to something more like a reluctant protector. The antagonism with Gumball is still there, because it's structural and probably permanent, but his motivations are no longer what they were. He's seen the void come, and now he's trying to help stop it. What I find most interesting about Rob, looking at the whole arc, is the question he represents. What do you do when you weren't built to matter? When the world has decided, through whatever mechanism it uses, that you're not worth keeping? The answer the show arrives at slowly, through a lot of failed traps and a voice modulator and one genuinely devastating two-parter, and a final act of either heroism or catastrophic misjudgment, depending on how you look at it, is that you find something. You make a role, even a bad one, even one that costs you. You become part of the story through whatever door is open, because being part of the story is better than the alternative. Rob never becomes a hero. He doesn't get a clean redemption arc, where all the harm he caused is balanced by some equivalent good. He gets something more complicated than that. He gets to be a person with a history, whose later choices are different from his earlier ones, without those later choices erasing the earlier ones. I think that's more interesting. Something I want to spend more time on, because it's doing more work than it might seem. Rob's period of comedic incompetence is not just filler between his serious episodes. It's character development, and it's one of the show's smarter moves. After the nobody, Rob has a reason to exist, a purpose, a role, a story he's part of. He's the villain. He declared this. He's going to be the worst nightmare of Gumball Watterson. The incompetence in the nemesis wasn't a permanent quality. It was inexperience. He was learning. This is funny, but it's also a portrait of someone who has never had to do anything before. Rob was a background character. Background characters don't learn things. They don't have experiences that accumulate into skill. They exist in the frame, and then they don't. And then they're in the frame again. Rob's incompetence at villainy isn't a character flaw, so much as it is a logical consequence of being the kind of being he is. Someone who never had the chance to develop competence at anything, because being a background character doesn't require competence, it requires presence, that's all. He learned to be evil the same way he had to learn everything else, from scratch as an adult, with no prior experience and no one to help him except the protagonist he was trying to destroy, who showed up and said, "Here we can help you be a better villain." Because Gumball genuinely didn't understand what he was doing to Rob's self-esteem by doing this, or possibly did understand and thought it would be fine, which is also very Gumball. The 563 trap detail, which Rob mentions almost in passing, represents a specific kind of determination. He didn't stop after the first 100. He didn't stop after 500. He kept going, building things that failed, adjusting, trying again, accumulating a body of failed attempts that most people would interpret as evidence that the project should be abandoned. Rob interpreted it as evidence that he needed to keep going. That's either admirable or concerning depending on your perspective, and the show is comfortable leaving it as both. The Bus is the episode where Rob stops being comedically dangerous and becomes actually dangerous, and it's worth looking at what changes and why. He orchestrates a situation that involves disguised adults posing as criminals for what seems like a legitimate educational purpose, showing students why they shouldn't skip school. The trap is real, the bus is real, the bomb he places is real. Up to this point in the series, Rob's threats have been more conceptual than concrete. He announces terrible intentions. He builds traps that malfunction. His villainy has a quality of performance to it, as though he's trying to be a villain more than he is one. The Bus is the episode where the performance becomes something more serious. He has real leverage. He uses it. People are in actual danger, including students who have nothing to do with the parents' lesson about skipping school. What the episode reveals is that Rob's intelligence was always there, was always real. The incompetence in the nemesis wasn't a permanent quality, it was inexperience. He was learning. And now he's applied what he's learned, and the result is a plan that works more or less until it doesn't, because Gumball is also capable of things when he's properly motivated, and danger to his friends constitutes proper motivation. But the Bus established something the show didn't take back. Rob, when he's properly trying, is a capable adversary. The comedic period wasn't the truth of what he is, it was the beginning. I want to talk about the name gag because it's one of the show's more layered recurring bits, and I don't think it always gets the credit it deserves. Rob's name is Rob. This is simple. One syllable, entirely memorizable, and Gumball cannot remember it. Across multiple episodes, in multiple encounters, Gumball calls him Rich, or Richie, or Ralph, or Ron, or Ross, or Raj, or any number of our names that aren't Rob. He's close. He's always close. The first letter is right. But he can't land on the actual name. This is funny on its face. It also has a texture to it that the show is clearly enjoying. Rob was sent to the void for being a mistake, for being the kind of person nobody noticed or remembered. His name is the smallest, most basic piece of identification a person has, and the protagonist cannot remember it. He tries sometimes. He's in the general vicinity, but the name won't stick. In the episodes where Gumball does correctly say Rob's name, the bus, the rerun, the X, the future, the Inquisition, the show is usually in a more serious register. The name comes out right when the situation is actually serious, when it matters. when Rob is being treated as a real adversary or a real person rather than a recurring comedy presence. The name Gag is, underneath the joke, a small recurring illustration of Rob's fundamental problem. He's the kind of person who doesn't stick. Even for the person he spent years trying to make his arch-enemy, the basic identifying information won't hold. And the moments when it does hold are the moments when Rob is most real, most present, most genuinely in the story. There's a speech in The Disaster that I think is one of the show's best pieces of writing. Rob has the universal remote. He's been systematically dismantling Gumball's life. And in the middle of all of this, he stops and explains himself. He says he never wanted to be the villain, that this was never his goal. What he wanted was to be a cute sidekick. He wanted something small and friendly, a supporting character with his own arc, someone the audience would like and remember. He would have been happy with a spin-off. He would have been happy with a recurring role that mattered. But the roles that were available to him, given the world structure, given his position as a background character who had been processed by the void, the only available door was the villain door. To have a part to play, he had to play that part. Because Gumball was the hero, and if Gumball is the hero, then someone has to be the antagonist. And Rob needed to be something, or he needed to go back to being nothing. And nothing for Rob is the void. Nothing is losing his memories and waking up in a basement, not knowing his name. So he became the villain. There's something about that speech I find genuinely affecting. He didn't choose this because he is evil. He chose it because it was the only path toward existing with purpose. The villain role was the door that was open, so he walked through it. And then he lived in it for long enough that it became partly real. There are moments where Rob genuinely seems to enjoy the adversarial dynamic with Gumball, where the sadism isn't entirely performance. The role shaped him. That's how it tends to go. But the origin was never hatred. The origin was need. In the wonderfully weird world of Gumball, Rob appears having been rescued from the void by a character referred to as the Awesome Store Owner, a mysterious figure who sells strange and impossible items from a van, and who seems to know considerably more about Elmore's structure than most people. Rob's role in the revival is that of the Awesome Store's assistant, which is a fascinating position for a character who spent the original series declaring himself the protagonist's arch-enemy. He's still Rob. The antagonism with Gumball comes out of those 6 seasons. Rob's sense of injury over being a background character who was sent to the void is baked into his story, even if we can't yet say for sure how explicitly the revival leans on that. But his direction has changed. He's working towards something now rather than against something. That's not a small shift. The Awesome Store Owner, as a character, is deliberately mysterious in ways that suggest the show has things planned for him. He knows how the structure of Elmore works. He rescued Rob from a place that most characters don't survive. His van sells objects of apparently genuine, impossible power. He exists in a category that's separate from most of Elmore's inhabitants, someone who is aware of the mechanisms in a way that most people aren't. Rob, in aligning with him, has found something he never had during the original series: a mentor. Someone who operates at the level of understanding the void and the show's cosmological rules. Someone who treats Rob as useful rather than as a mistake. What this becomes is still being revealed. The revival is ongoing, but the trajectory of Rob's character, from background extra to processed mistake to determined villain to reluctant protector, is one of the most interesting arcs in the show's history. And it's not finished yet. Let me say one more thing about Rob before we move on, which is the broadest version of what I think his arc is actually about. Rob's story is about what it means to matter in a world that has decided you don't. Not to matter to one person or to a small number of people, to matter in the structural sense, the narrative sense, the sense of having a role and a purpose and a place in the story that the world is telling. The void is the mechanism by which the world enforces mattering. It removes the things that don't matter tidily, without drama, and then erases the evidence of their removal. The world is cleaner without its mistakes, more coherent, more interesting by the void's implicit standards. Rob survived this. He came out the other side, broken but present, and he found a way to insist on existing in the story, regardless of what the mechanism decided about him. He did it badly at first. He did it through antagonism and schemes that didn't always work, and a determination that was more admirable in its intensity than in its specific application. But he insisted, and by the end of the original series, by the moment when he's standing in an empty school, having failed to save everyone, watching the void arrive, he's someone who tried to save the people who had been trying to erase him, who used his knowledge of the void to attempt to protect Elmore in a way he wasn't asked for and wasn't thanked for. That's not a hero's arc, it's messier than that, but it's a real one. Let me pull back to the widest view of Rob for a moment, because his individual arc gains meaning from the arc of the show around it. Gumball is, at its foundation, a show about a protagonist. Gumball is named in the title. The world is formally his. The stories go to him because protagonist stories go to protagonists. This is as basic as it gets in terms of narrative structure. Rob's arc is about what this means for everyone else. If Gumball is the protagonist, what are the others? They're supporting characters, recurring characters, background extras, characters who exist to serve the plot or to populate the world. This is also a completely normal thing. Every story has a protagonist and everything else is in some sense background. That's how stories work. But Gumball is a show that became interested in the other side of this, in what it's like to be the background character, in what it's like to notice that you're the background character, in what it means that a world organised around the protagonist's story has a mechanism, the void, that removes the things and people that are considered mistakes and no longer remain in the world. Rob's story is the investigation of that mechanism from the inside. He was the background character who noticed, who got processed, who came out the other side and decided to be part of the story anyway, on whatever terms were available, who eventually found a way to be part of the story that wasn't the villain terms he'd initially chosen, but something more complicated and more genuine. The show is asking, through Rob, what does the protagonist owe the background character? What do the people at the centre of a story owe the people at its edges? It doesn't give a clean answer. It gives Gumball going into the void for Rob in the rerun, and then having that moment erased, so the generosity can't accumulate into relationship. It gives Rob trying to save everyone in the Inquisition, but doing it in a way that's wrong enough that nobody thanks him for it. It gives the revival Rob working as the awesome store owner towards something that might, eventually, be more clearly right. It's a complicated answer to a genuine question. That's probably the most you can ask. I keep coming back to the name thing, so let me say one last thing about it. Rob's name is one syllable. It's the kind of name that, in theory, you can't get wrong. You can't confuse it. There's no plausible close alternative that would cause genuine confusion. And yet Gumball, the protagonist, the person who is structurally connected to Rob by the antagonist-protagonist bond that shapes the last several seasons of the show, repeatedly struggles to recognise him. In the episodes where Gumball does remember Rob's name, where he says it correctly, in full, in a moment of genuine reckoning, something always shifts in those scenes. The scenes become more serious. Rob becomes more present. The show is telling you, through this simple device, what it means for someone to be remembered correctly, what it means to have your name said right. There's something very simple and very true in that. The most basic form of being acknowledged by another person is having your name known. Rob's name is one syllable. And the protagonist, who is supposed to be his counterpart, can't hold it, except in the moments that count. I want to make one last argument about Rob that ties him specifically to Gumball rather than to animated storytelling generally. Rob works in this show because this show had already committed to being interested in the people at the margins. The cast of Elmore Junior High is full of characters who were, in some sense, not supposed to be there. Visual refugees from other traditions, rejected commercial concepts, creations without a home who ended up in the same classroom. The show exists in its origins because Bockelay made a world for the things that didn't have one. Rob is that principle taken to its logical end. He's not just a character who came from a rejected tradition or an unused concept. He's a character who was literally processed by the world's rejection mechanism and came out the other side knowing what had happened to him and deciding to exist in spite of it. In a show that was fundamentally sympathetic to the marginalised, Rob is the character who earns that sympathy most explicitly and most painfully. He had to fight for his right to be in the story in a way that no other character did. The show gave him that fight, and then it gave him something more complicated than victory, a continuing existence with all the ongoing difficulty that comes with it. He's not done yet. That's probably the best thing I can say about him. His story is still going. He's still there. I've been thinking, while writing this section, about whether Rob is sympathetic, not whether he's meant to be. The show makes it clear he's meant to be, but whether he actually lands that way for a viewer who encounters him cold. I think he does, for a specific reason that has nothing to do with his backstory or his speech about wanting to be a sidekick. The reason he's sympathetic is the 563 traps, the absurd number, the fact that he kept going. You can dislike what he's doing and still recognise the thing underneath it, which is a specific kind of determination that only exists in people who have decided they can't afford to give up. He can't go back to the void. This is the only path available, so he builds the next trap. That's not villainy, exactly. That's someone doing the only thing they know how to do, which is try. Elmore is bigger than the Wattersons, bigger than Elmore Junior High, bigger than the 5 people in the house, on the residential street, who are at the centre of most episodes. The world around them has been quietly populated across 6 seasons with characters who have their own textures and histories, and some of them are worth spending time with. Joanna Watterson, Granny Jojo, is Richard's mother, and she is the key to understanding how Richard became Richard. She's fiercely protective in a mode that left her son largely unequipped for independent life. The coddling was genuine love, expressed in a way that removed all the useful friction. Richard never developed practical competence because things were done for him. He never developed self-reliance because the environment didn't require it. He emerged into adulthood knowing he was loved and not knowing how to do things. The show treats this without making Granny Jojo a villain. She wasn't trying to produce a helpless adult. She was trying to raise a cherished child. And the line between those two things turned out to be thinner than she'd realised. Her relationship with Nicole has a particular quality. A relationship between 2 women who are both very strong-willed, both love Richard in completely different ways and have spent a significant portion of the show's run finding each other difficult. They have moments of genuine warmth. They have moments of friction that get physical in at least one episode. It's complicated in a way that feels accurate to the dynamics of in-law relationships. Granny Jojo finds genuine happiness later in the series when she meets Louis. This is, honestly, nice. She's been alone for a long time, and Louis, an older gentleman with his own history and warmth, is good for her. Richard has complicated feelings about this, partly because he's never been entirely sure whether to think of himself as the man of the household, and partly because change is difficult and Louis is a change. The show begins to resolve Richard's Louis feelings, eventually, toward a form of acceptance. The family grows. Louis is Granny Jojo's later partner, and ultimately Richard's stepfather. He's kind, measured, clearly fond of Jojo in a way that's genuine. He doesn't try to replace anything or force himself into a role that doesn't fit. He's just present, and that presence turns out to be good for Granny Jojo in ways that gradually become visible. Richard's journey toward accepting Louis is one of the show's gentler ongoing threads. It doesn't have a dramatic resolution. It just slowly becomes easier, the way most of Richard's difficult things slowly become easier once he's given enough time. Richard's biological father, Frankie, is a different kind of absence. Where Granny Jojo was an overwhelming presence, Frankie was a gap. He wasn't there when Richard was growing up. He shows up in the later seasons as someone who is charming and plausible and always angling towards some scheme, which says something about why he wasn't there. The show gives him a proper arc eventually, rather than just using him as a convenient villain. He's not a good person in several relevant ways. He's also Richard's father, and Richard is constitutionally incapable of not loving his father, which creates something for the show to do with that relationship that's more interesting than straightforward condemnation. The Robinsons live next door. Gaylord and Margaret Robinson are the older couple immediately visible from the Wattersons' living room, and their relationship with the Wattersons is that of people who have been involuntarily adjacent to chaos for as long as they can remember. They're grumpy about this, and they have reason to be, and the show is consistent about this. They're not wrong that the Wattersons are a lot, but they're also not simply antagonists. They have their own affection for each other, their own domestic life, their own history. Gaylord Robinson is a musician who plays violin with genuine feeling. Margaret is sharp and unimpressed by most things. The ongoing background tension between the Robinsons and the Wattersons is one of the show's reliable textures. It's never fully resolved because that's not how neighbouring relationships work. You manage them, you find equilibrium, you don't fix them. I mentioned Larry when we talked about Elmore's underlying logic, but he's worth returning to in the context of the extended cast because he's in some ways one of the show's most poignant background figures. Larry has a girlfriend named Karen. He has a past as Lazy Larry, the laziest person in Elmore, a title he held until Richard moved in and displaced him, at which point Larry, apparently galvanised, transformed into Elmore's most industrious worker. He genuinely used to dislike the Wattersons, not in a malicious way, in the way that someone who works every job in town and constantly finds a specific family getting them in trouble dislikes that family. Every encounter with the Wattersons has resulted in complications. Some have resulted in damage. He has a well-earned wariness about them, and yet he's there in every location, every time. Whatever else is true about Larry, his commitment to the work is absolute. He shows up, he does the job, he does dozens of the jobs. Elmore runs because Larry runs it, and Larry runs it regardless of what the Wattersons are doing. There's something about that I find sort of admirable, even while the show is using it for comedy. The Parhams are a minor family in Elmore who briefly come into conflict with the Wattersons rather than existing primarily as their rivals. Felicity Parham is Nicole's rival, both mothers with strong personalities and high expectations, approaching those qualities in completely different registers. Billy Parham, Felicity's son, is a friend of Anais's in some episodes, which creates the small irony of the children getting on reasonably well while their mothers don't. The Yoshidas are connected to Nicole's personal life. Masami Yoshida's father owns the Rainbow Factory, making him Nicole's employer, which gives any interaction between Nicole and Masami in a school context an additional layer of social complication that the show occasionally exploits. Nicole's childhood best friend and rival was Yuki Yoshida, Masami's mother. This friendship rivalry is explored in a later season episode called The Fury, which gives Nicole a fight scene of truly impressive scale and duration. The relationship between Nicole and Yuki is one of those things Gumball does, a backstory that existed before the show, that surfaces gradually, that has real emotional content when it finally gets its episode. The donut cop is a police officer who is a donut. He appears in various episodes as the representative of law enforcement in Elmore, arriving at scenes after things have already gone wrong and doing his best in circumstances that frequently exceed normal police competence. He's well-meaning. He's limited. He is a donut. Elmore's law enforcement situation has a certain quality. The town generates chaos at a rate that would exhaust any system, and the donut cop faces this with the energy of someone who signed up for a normal job and received a different one. What all of these characters share in their different ways is that they populate a world that feels inhabited. They have their own histories, their own relationships, their own concerns that don't always intersect with the Wattersons' concerns. Elmore isn't just a backdrop for the protagonists, it's a community with texture. That texture is part of why the show's mythology lands when it arrives. The void isn't threatening a cartoon world, it's threatening a place with people in it, people you've spent time with, whose existence matters. That's harder to do than it looks. I talked about Granny Jojo, Louie and Frankie in their immediate context, but the show builds an extended family around the Wattersons that's worth looking at as a whole. The Senecourt side, Nicole's family, is represented most fully by her parents, Mary and Daniel, who appeared late in the series and were developed properly only in a small number of episodes. But there are suggestions of more family on that side, cousins mentioned in passing, a sense that Nicole's family has a structure she moved away from rather than a structure that doesn't exist. Richard's side is more built out, partly because Granny Jojo and Frankie are both recurring characters rather than one-off appearances. Granny Jojo's relationship with her son is one of the show's more psychologically careful, ongoing threads. She loves him completely, and the expression of that love has consequences that the show acknowledges without villainizing her. Frankie's absence shaped Richard in ways that Richard is not entirely aware of, and the show lets this be a quiet background truth rather than a dramatic revelation. The family tree of the Wattersons, when you add in Louis becoming Richard's stepfather and Frankie re-entering the picture, becomes moderately complicated in the way that actual families are complicated. Not in a soap opera sense, not with dramatic reversals, just in the sense that families accumulate people over time, and the accumulation creates relationships that weren't originally part of the structure. There are characters in Elmore who never become major or even properly supporting figures, but who have a depth to them that makes them worth pausing on. The donut sheriff, the donut cop, as he's usually referred to, has a professional competence that exists beneath the surface comedy of his situation. He takes his job seriously. He arrives at scenes and attempts to apply conventional law enforcement logic to situations that are not conventional. He's not incompetent exactly. He's applying the right tools to the wrong situations, and the gap between tool and situation is where the comedy lives. Claire is a character who appears in some school-adjacent episodes as a mopey, green-haired teen drama archetype, stylized, melodramatic, the kind of character who would be at home in a high school soap but sticks out in Gumball's visual ecosystem like a thumb. She's a specific comment on what normal looks like from the outside when you're normal is Elmore. Tina Rex, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, is a recurring presence who starts as a threat figure and develops across the series into something more complicated. She's large and intimidating, and her history with Gumball begins in conflict. But she has her own life outside that conflict. Her father, her own social world, her experience of being a very large dinosaur in a school not designed for very large dinosaurs. The show occasionally gives her space to be something other than the obstacle. The show returns to several recurring community events and social structures that help flesh out Elmore as a place people actually live in. There's a talent show. There's a Christmas episode that establishes how the holiday works in Elmore's specific context. There are school dances and sporting events. These community events are used, typically, as settings for whatever disaster the main plot is creating. But they also establish that Elmore has a community calendar, a set of shared occasions that bring people together in regular ways. The election episode, where Gumball runs for school class president or similar, is a good example of the show using a familiar structure to examine something genuine. The dynamics of a small stakes election mirror larger dynamics, and the show uses the mirror carefully without becoming preachy about it. The town meeting format appears occasionally, gathering the community in one space to address shared concerns, and these episodes are useful for establishing how Elmore's governance works, loosely, imperfectly, with a lot of talking over each other and very little that resembles procedure. By the time the Void becomes an existential threat to Elmore in the later seasons, the show has spent 6 years establishing why the loss of Elmore would matter. Not just to the Wattersons, though obviously to them, to the Robinsons, who have spent years being annoyed by their neighbours and would, if pressed, have to acknowledge some genuine attachment. To Larry, who has built a life of improbable omnipresence and has a girlfriend and a community. To Carrie, who has been haunting this town for over 3 centuries and presumably has some investment in its continued existence. To Banana Joe, who just wants to make people laugh. To Alan and Carmen, who are quietly devoted to each other, and to the town around them. All of these people are going to have the Void come for them. All of them exist in a world that has a mechanism for removing its mistakes. And if the Void expands, none of them are exempt. The fact that you've spent time with them, that the show has given them texture and history and small moments of being fully themselves, is what makes the Void feel like an actual threat rather than just a concept. Elmore is worth saving because Elmore is full of people worth knowing. I want to stay with the idea of minor characters for a moment, because Gumball's approach to its wider cast is part of what makes the world feel inhabited. A lot of animated shows have secondary characters who exist primarily as recurring joke devices. They appear, they do the thing they do, and they recede. The character has one mode, and that mode is deployed when needed. This is efficient and often funny. It's also the reason that secondary characters in most shows don't stay with you after the show ends. Gumball's secondary characters tend to have at least one dimension beyond their joke function. Larry is the everywhere man, which is a joke function, but Larry also has a girlfriend, a professional history, a genuine wariness about the Wattersons that's earned, rather than just set up. The Donut Cop has his procedural seriousness, which is a joke function, but he also has a consistency, a commitment to the job, that you can respect alongside laughing at it. Alan and Carmen are the sweet couple in the Amazing World of Gumball, which is partly a joke function, but their sweetness is presented as genuine rather than satirized. This adds texture without slowing the show down. The secondary characters stay in their place. They don't take over episodes or crowd out the main cast, but they're there, consistently, with more going on than the minimum required. I want to return to Carrie, because she's a character the show underuses in some ways, but also uses very well in specific moments. Carrie is a ghost. She's been 12 for 327 years. This is an enormous fact about her, that the show mentions and then largely doesn't develop, which is probably the right choice. A show that fully reckoned with what it means to have been alive for over 3 centuries, and to remain perpetually 12 would be doing something very different from what Gumball is doing. But the fact sits there, informing how you see her. She's seen Elmore for longer than almost anyone alive in it now. She's watched generations of people live in the same streets and school. She's outlasted fashions and trends and cultural moments. She's been through a lot of New Year's Eves. She's watched the world change around her while she stays the same. The show gives her a practical apprentice aesthetic as an apparent personality trait. But when you factor in the 300 years, the detachment makes more sense than it might otherwise. If you've been watching the world for that long, Some emotional remove is understandable. Her relationship with Darwin is the thing the later seasons use her for most, and it's interesting partly because Darwin represents the opposite of her specific condition. Darwin is recently become. Carrie is perpetually unchanged. They're coming at existence from completely different ends of the timeline. If I step back and look at Elmore as a community, not just as a backdrop, not just as the setting for the Wattersons' adventures, what I see is a town that works because the people in it have found accommodations with each other's strangeness. Elmore is strange. It's full of beings who should not logically coexist. They coexist anyway. Nobody has a category for what most of them are. A balloon, a cloud, an orange, fuzzy, Muppet-like character who works every job, a ghost who's been 12 for 3 centuries. And they navigate each other with the specific tolerance of people who have decided, whether consciously or not, that tolerance is simply more practical than the alternative. This is not idealistic about human nature. Elmore has its conflicts, its rivalries, its people who don't get on. Nicole and Yuki's rivalry has lasted decades. The Wattersons and the Robinsons will probably never be genuinely comfortable with each other. Miss Simeon has been antagonistic toward Nicole since before most living people were alive. But the town exists, the community functions. People show up at community events and run into each other at the grocery store and live their lives in proximity to each other, different as they are. That's worth something. What makes the wider world of Elmore work, finally, is that the show treats its secondary characters with respect. Not every character gets an episode. Not every character gets their moment of depth and complexity, but none of them are treated as props. They exist. They have their consistent qualities, their recurring appearances, their place in the community. They're there for a show that is explicitly about the right of overlooked things to exist and be seen. This consistency matters. The show practices what it preaches. Every character in Elmore, however minor, has been given enough to be a person rather than a background element. And in a show where the void specifically targets the things that are deemed mistakes and useless, every moment of characterization for a secondary character is its own small act of resistance against the logic the void represents. I want to spend some time on specific episodes, because the mythology of Gumball doesn't live in any one place. It's distributed across the 6 seasons, surfacing and then going underground, and then surfacing again, each time with more context than before. Some episodes function as landmarks. You can track how the show changed, what it was thinking about, what it had decided to commit to, by looking at which episodes you remember most clearly. These are the ones I keep returning to. The finale is both a comedy episode and a piece of world building, and it does both things in the same space without the one undermining the other. The premise is that all of the people the Wattersons have wronged, annoyed, or damaged over the course of the show have gathered to hold them accountable. It's a large group. The episode catalogues the chaos the family has generated, the collateral damage of their adventures, the people who ended up in worse situations because of the Wattersons' involvement, and presents it all at once, which is both funny and more uncomfortable than you might expect. The resolution is a reality reset. Everything goes back to how it was. The accumulated consequences are undone. What makes this important for the mythology is that the show explicitly acknowledges, in this episode, that the world can be reset, that there's a mechanism available, that what happens in any given episode doesn't necessarily have to be permanent. The show had always operated this way. The family gets into disaster and out of it week after week with no long-term accumulation, but the finale names this instead of just enacting it. It also establishes something that the later mythology pays off. Elmore's world is malleable. It can be changed by force. It can be written. If you understand the mechanism well enough, you can use it. Rob uses it in The Disaster. the show gets more serious about it from there. Already discussed properly in Nicole's section, but worth mentioning here as a mythology episode. It establishes that the Wattersons family, and specifically Nicole's life with them, was a set of choices Nicole made rather than a set of circumstances that happened to her. She chose this. This has implications. In a show about a world that removes things, it deems mistakes. An episode that is explicitly about the value of the choices you made, even the ones that look like deviations from the expected path, is doing something meaningful. The Wattersons exist because Nicole chose them. The world she inhabits is the world she built by choosing Richard. That's not incidental, that's the point. Discussed in Penny's section, but it earns its place here as a mythology episode because of what it says about authenticity and visibility. The shell is protection. The shell is also hiding. The thing that keeps you safe is the same thing that prevents you from being known. The shell dramatizes the moment of choosing to be visible, of letting the shell break, and the complicated feelings that come with it. The fear that being seen will lead to being rejected as monstrous. The discovery that you can be seen without that being true. This resonates with the Void's logic. When you set the two episodes side by side, the Void removes what it deems mistakes. What Penny fears coming out of her shell is exactly what the Void does to things it removes. That the world will decide she's wrong and erase her. She's afraid of being unseen, and she's afraid of being seen. The show doesn't draw that connection explicitly, but it's there if you look. The Darwin origin story. The episode that takes the warmth in Gumball and Darwin's relationship and grounds it in a specific history. The show could have left Darwin's origin vague, a goldfish who grew legs. No further explanation needed. That's Elmore. Instead it went back and told the whole story. The series of Darwins that came before, the grief that accumulated around each loss, the particular morning when the last one didn't die, but instead started walking. This does something for the mythology that matters. It establishes that the Wattersons' most important relationship has a specific origin, a specific reason, a history. Darwin isn't just there because the show needed Gumball to have a best friend. He's there because a family kept trying, kept losing, kept coming back, and eventually something held. That's the kind of thing that makes a world feel real. The two-part Rob arc, already covered extensively in Rob's section, but notable here as a pair of episodes that marked a clear shift in what kind of show Gumball was willing to be. The Disaster is the episode where the show commits to stakes. Real ones. The universal remote doesn't just rearrange things, it dismantles Gumball's actual life, his actual relationships, in ways that are filmed with a different quality from the usual chaos. Darwin appears to die in this episode, but the events are later reversed so he doesn't stay dead. The show shows it clearly and doesn't soften it. It's undone by the following episode's end, but the fact that the show was willing to go there changes something. The rerun is the follow-up, and it's the episode where the show commits to something about Rob's character that it couldn't take back. He has the power to end things, and he chooses not to. He rewinds time and destroys the mechanism by which he could have stayed powerful. He makes himself less significant to protect a world that, by any logic, should mean nothing to him after what it did to him. The show doesn't explain this decision fully. Rob doesn't fully explain it either. He just does it. And the doing of it is the most interesting thing he ever does. The finale, the last episode of the original run before the revival. Rob, disguised as Superintendent Evil, arrives at Elmore Junior High with technology to convert animated characters into live-action humans. His reasoning? The Void is coming. Being animated means being vulnerable to it. Being live-action means being real in a way the Void can't touch. He's going to save everyone, whether they want to be saved or not. The episode is built around this plan failing. The students and teachers resist what's being done to them. Gumball defeats the disguised Rob, and then Rob sits alone in the empty school at midnight, and the floor begins to break apart. The void appears. It starts consuming the school. Rob falls. The season 6 finale ends here. Rob falling, the void arriving, everything uncertain. This is where the show continued airing subsequent seasons. The film that was supposed to resolve it wasn't stuck in development. The story paused at the worst possible moment. I don't think the cliffhanger was intended as a cliffhanger exactly. Bockley has mentioned that the film was meant to resolve it, and the intention wasn't to leave things permanently unresolved, but as an ending for the original run, unintentional as it was, it has a weight to it. The show ended with its most interesting character falling into the thing he'd been most afraid of, trying to save people who didn't want to be saved. That's a genuinely affecting ending, even if it wasn't meant to be the ending. The resolution to the cliffhanger, when it finally came, arrived through a different mechanism than the one originally planned. The rewrite is an episode in the revival that addresses the plot hole created by the Inquisition's unresolved ending. The show's mythology has the void triggering whenever there's a structural inconsistency in the story, a plot hole, a place where the narrative doesn't add up, and the unresolved cliffhanger qualifies. The episode deals with this by having Rob, rescued from the void by the owner of the Awesome Store, work to write a solution to the plot hole, which requires him to understand the plot of the show he exists in well enough to identify where the hole is and what would fill it. Rob, a character who grows increasingly aware that his world is unstable, is now tasked with taking over the Awesome Store. It's a clever resolution to what was, logistically, a complicated problem. How do you address a cliffhanger from 6 years ago, in a different production context, on a different platform, with some different voice actors? The show found an answer by making the problem part of the story. Rob's solution requires him to make himself the villain again, briefly, to re-establish the antagonist's role as a narrative necessity rather than a personal choice. He does this, and it works, and the void recedes, and the story continues. What all of these episodes have in common is that they're moments when Gumball stopped pretending it was only a comedy. Not abandoning the comedy, the show is still funny in all of these episodes, but acknowledging that it was also doing something else. Something about identity and belonging, and what it means to matter in the world, and what happens to the things that don't. The show earned its mythology. It placed small seeds across its early seasons and then grew them slowly, over years, into something substantial. That takes patience, on the part of the writers, on the part of the audience, and it's relatively rare. Gumball pulled it off. I've been talking about episodes that build the show's mythology, but I want to spend some time on episodes that don't, that are purely comedy, purely character-driven, that have no larger thematic ambition, because these are also important to understanding what Gumball is. The Microwave is an early episode in which Gumball and Darwin attempt to raise a living creature created when Gumball's gross jar is accidentally left in the microwave. This creature, which the show never names Zack, does not have a neatly compressed character arc in a single 11-minute episode. It's funny. It has no mythological weight whatsoever. It's just the show doing what it does, when it's not doing anything with the deeper material. The Mustache is an episode in which Gumball rapidly grows a beard after consuming protein supplements, and navigates the experience of having physical characteristics associated with adulthood while still being 12. It's a fine comedy episode that manages to get at something genuinely uncomfortable about early adolescence without being heavy about it. The Sock is an episode that exists almost entirely as a single extended joke and commits to that joke completely and without apology in the Amazing World of Gumball. It's the show demonstrating its understanding that comedy has value on its own terms, that not everything needs to mean something, and that a well-committed joke carried through to its logical conclusion is a worthwhile way to spend 11 minutes. These episodes matter because they're the texture of the show. The mythology is the architecture. The comedy episodes are what you live in. One of the things Gumball does quietly across the series is capture something specific about being 12 in the contemporary world. Not in a very special episode way, not by addressing issues, but by depicting the experience with something like accuracy. The Pressure is an episode about social pressure, an early romantic experience that handles its subject with a light touch that manages not to be dismissive. The awkwardness is real. The stakes feel real to the characters, even if they're not catastrophic. The show doesn't condescend to the experience. The Confidence is about the relationship between how you feel about yourself and how that feeling manifests in the world, specifically about what happens when Gumball's considerable self-confidence is temporarily removed and what replaces it. It's useful in establishing that Gumball's confidence is not just vanity, but is genuinely load-bearing for his personality. The mathlete puts Darwin against academic pressure in a way that explores the specific anxiety of being expected to perform and what happens when performance becomes the whole story of who you are. Darwin is not just the moral compass in this episode. He's allowed to struggle, to want things, to be imperfect. Beyond the mythology episodes, there are episodes that expand the world of Elmore in ways that aren't about the void or Rob, but that add texture to the setting. The Night is an episode set entirely in the dream states of Elmore's inhabitants, which gives the show a reason to go fully abstract visually and reveals the interior lives of characters who are usually only seen in their waking public personas. It's a good episode for the minor characters, specifically. The Allergy explores what happens when Darwin develops an allergy to Gumball, specifically to Gumball's presence, in a way that's played for comedy, but gestures toward the genuine psychological reality of outgrowing a relationship that has been your whole world. The show doesn't commit to this reading explicitly, but it's there. The Blame is an episode about video game violence, moral panic, that the show handles with a precision that suggests the writers found the topic personally irritating, which is absolutely correct. It's one of the more pointed episodes in terms of comedy having a target. Let me be personal for a moment, because this is the kind of list where being personal is more interesting than being comprehensive. The episode that I come back to most often in my thinking about Gumball isn't one of the mythology episodes. It's the Choices, which I've already discussed, but it's also the Origins, and it's also the Refund, which is a much smaller episode about a much smaller situation. The Refund is an episode in which Gumball and Darwin try to return a game to a shop and are put through an increasingly absurd series of bureaucratic hoops. As a comedy, it's very good, but there's a specific quality of the frustration it depicts, the experience of a system that seems designed to obstruct rather than to serve, of good faith meeting procedural bad faith, that I find weirdly accurate. A children's show capturing the specific texture of bureaucratic obstruction is a particular achievement. It requires having a clear view of the experience and the confidence to depict it without moralizing. The Refund does this. That's what I mean when I say the comedy episodes matter as much as the mythology. The mythology gives the show its depth. The comedy gives it its life. Some of the episodes I keep returning to are ones that are purely about the family dynamics, with no particular mythological ambition, just the show looking carefully at what it means to be in this specific family. The Bumpkin introduces a character from Nicole's extended life, a cousin of sorts, rural, earnest, everything Elmore isn't, and uses the contrast to examine what Elmore takes for granted. The outsider's view of the Wattersons reveals things about them that are invisible from inside the family. The Vacation is an episode about the family attempting a holiday together, which is one of those comedy premises that works because everyone in the audience has experienced the specific dissonance between holiday as planned and holiday as experienced. The Watterson version of this dissonance is more extreme than most, but the underlying truth is recognizable. The sale is about the family contemplating selling the house, which forces each member to articulate what home means to them. What this produces is a series of answers that are all slightly different from each other and collectively add up to something about what a family is. Not the house, but the particular combination of people who have occupied it. If someone asked me to recommend 10 episodes to someone who'd never seen Gumball and wanted a sense of what the show could do, the list would probably look something like this. The Void, Season 3, for the mythology and the show's willingness to go somewhere genuinely uncomfortable. The Shell, Season 3, for the emotional core of what the show does with identity and authenticity. The Choices, Season 5, for Nicole's backstory and what it reveals about the family. The Origins, Season 5, for Darwin's origin, told properly. The Disaster, the rerun, Season 4 and 5, as a two-parter, for Rob at his most developed and the show at its most ambitious. The Finale, Season 3, for the comedy mythology balance at its best. The Inquisition, Season 6, for the cliffhanger that ended the original run. The Refund, Season 1, for the comedy alone, which is some of the best the show does. The Hero, Season 4, for Richard done right. The Fury, Season 6, for Nicole's fight scene and her history with Yuki. This list is not exhaustive and not definitive. Different people would give you a different list. But these are the ones that, if you watch them, would give you a reasonable sense of what Gumball is and what it can do. I want to return to the non-mythology episodes one more time, because I think there's a case to be made that the show's greatest achievement is something I haven't fully articulated yet. The fact that the mythology is as good as it is would not matter if the rest of the show weren't also very good. A show that has a rich mythological backbone but mediocre filler between the mythology episodes is a show that rewards patience but not sustained watching. Gumball doesn't work that way. The episode about Richard trying to make breakfast is a good episode. The episode about Gumball going to extreme lengths to avoid returning a library book is a good episode. The episode where Darwin and Gumball briefly swap bodies, which exists and is executed with the commitment the show brings to everything, is a good episode. The mythology episodes are excellent. They're the ones that linger, but the thing that makes Gumball worth 5 hours of continuous watching is that none of the intervening episodes are skippable. That's a specific quality that takes a lot of craft to produce. Most serialized animated shows have filler. The fillers are not bad exactly, they serve their purpose, but you can tell they're filler. You're watching them because they're in the sequence, not because they're particularly worth watching. Gumball, especially in seasons 3 through 5, doesn't have filler in this sense. Every episode is doing something. Sometimes it's a small thing, a character note, a single joke premise executed at length, a visual experiment, but it's doing it well. The absence of filler is part of why the mythology, when it surfaces, lands so hard. You've been in a world where every episode earned its runtime. The mythology episodes don't feel like sudden escalation. They feel like the natural destination of a show that was always working at this level. That's harder than it looks. The Fathers is an episode that gives Richard a more direct engagement with the question of Frankie, of what his father's absence meant and what his father's return means. I've mentioned Frankie in the wider world section, but this is the episode where the show handles the feeling rather than the information. Richard's relationship with his father is complicated in the way that adult relationships with absent parents are complicated. You've built a life without them. You've absorbed the shape of their absence, and their presence doesn't unmake that. The episode doesn't resolve this cleanly. It puts the complicated feeling on screen and sits with it. The best is an episode that pits Nicole against someone in a competition she has no business entering, wins the competition through sheer force of determination and discovers that the competition was ultimately for something she didn't really want. This is a compressed version of Nicole's whole character arc. The drive, the achievement, the pause at the end to reckon with what the achievement was actually for. The episode does it in 11 minutes. It's efficient comedy that's also, underneath, something more genuinely human. These two episodes won't show up on most Best of Gumball lists because they're not mythology episodes. They're not visually spectacular. They don't have the narrative density of the disaster or the emotional weight of the choices. They're good episodes, doing small things well. That, in the end, is what Gumball is mostly made of. Season 6, in particular, is the season where the mythology and the comedy are most thoroughly integrated, where the episodes that are doing the big metaphysical work are also funny, and the episodes that are primarily comedy are also doing character work that feeds into the mythology. It's the most confident season of the original run. It's also the season that ends on a cliffhanger, which is a strange thing to do with a season you've been building toward, and which suggests that the ending was not expected to be the ending. The confidence of Season 6 is the confidence of a show that knows it has more to do. The revival picks up with that confidence intact. Whatever 6 years of absence did to the team behind Gumball, it didn't erode the understanding of what the show was. The wonderfully weird world of Gumball sounds like the same person who made the original series, thought about what they'd been making, and came back with a clearer sense of where it was going. That's a specific kind of artistic continuity that's worth celebrating. The 6th season of The Amazing World of Gumball ended in 2019. The void had started consuming Elmore Junior High. Rob had fallen into it. The show went on what its creator had planned as a hiatus, to be followed by a film that would resolve the cliffhanger and then launch a new continuing series. The film didn't happen, at least not on that timeline. Approximately 29 years passed. The story stayed paused at the worst possible moment. I think about what it was like to be a Gumball fan during those 6 years, with the show ending on that note, with no clear resolution in sight. The film kept being announced and then stalling. The development complications were real, distribution questions, studio priorities, the general chaos of the entertainment landscape in the early 2020s. The story stayed where it was. And then, in 2025, it came back. The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball premiered on Hulu in the United States on July 28, 2025. International audiences got it on Cartoon Network and HBO Max from October the 6th. It's produced by Hanna-Barbera Studios Europe. Ben Bockelay came back as creator. The name change was the first thing people noticed. Not The Amazing World of Gumball Season 7, but The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball, a shift in title that preserves the initialism, a TWOG, pronounced as you'd imagine, while marking it as a new chapter. The same world, the same family, a different era. The voice cast changed for 3 of the 5 main family members. Al-Kayotile voices Gumball in the revival. Hero Hunter voices Darwin. Kinza Syed Khan voices Anais. All 3 of the Watterson children are new voices, and this is the first time Kyla Ray Kowalewski, who had been Anais's voice for the entire original run, didn't play the character. Teresa Gallagher and Dan Russell returned as Nicole and Richard. The backbone of the family stays the same. The children's voices have changed, which creates an interesting texture. You're watching the same characters, in continuity with everything that came before, but something audible has shifted. You notice it and then you adjust to it, which is perhaps the right analogy for what 6 years of absence feels like, when you come back to something you loved. The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball picks up the threads that the original run left hanging. The void is still there. Rob is still part of the story. The mythology the show had been building hasn't been quietly abandoned. It's been held, waiting, and the revival brings it forward. The rewrite, the episode that resolves the cliffhanger from The Inquisition, arrives in the first season of the revival, and handles the resolution with genuine cleverness. The plot hole created by the unresolved ending becomes part of the story. Rob, rescued from the void by the awesome store owner, works to fix the narrative gap, understanding that the structural inconsistency is what keeps the void threatening. The solution requires Rob to be the villain again, deliberately, as a narrative act rather than a personal one, which is an interesting moment for a character who spent the original run embracing his role as the villain. He becomes the villain one more time because the story needs it, because the world needs it, because he understands the mechanism now and can use it. And then it works, and the void recedes, and the story continues. The second season came on December 22nd, 2025. Elmore is still there. The family is still chaos. The world keeps being weird in its specific Elmore way. The show landed with a score of 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is the kind of number that should be taken with appropriate caution, but does reflect something genuine. People who'd been waiting 6 years were happy to have it back, and the thing that came back was worth waiting for. The first week registered around 363 million minutes of watching in the United States alone. For a revival of a children's cartoon that had been off the air for 6 years on a streaming platform, these are significant numbers. Seasons 3 and 4 were announced in December 2025, ahead of the second season's premiere. The show is continuing. Elmore has a future. There's something worth noting about what it means for a show to come back after 6 years and continue as though the gap was navigable. The characters are the same age they were. The story picks up where it left off. The mythological threads that were left hanging, the void, Rob's arc, the question of what the world's mistakes deserve, are still there, still being developed, still unresolved in ways that suggest the show has more to say about them. This is not how most animation works. Most animation doesn't accumulate this kind of continuous mythology, doesn't leave things deliberately unresolved for years with the genuine intention of returning to them. Gumball had something to say, and it got interrupted saying it, and now it's back saying it, and the confidence that it would pick up where it left off, that the story was worth coming back to, is itself a statement about the show's relationship with its own material. It's a strange thing, rooting for a cartoon to have the chance to tell its whole story, but here we are. Beyond resolving the cliffhanger and continuing the mythology, the revival is doing something interesting with its relationship to what came before it. 6 years is a long time. The original audience for Gumball, children who were watching it when it began in 2011, are now adults. Some of them are the people who were waiting for the revival to arrive and celebrated loudly when it did. The revival is, in some ways, for them, for people who grew up with Elmore and now return to it from a different position. There's a specific quality to returning to a show you loved as a child and finding it still good. Not just nostalgic, genuinely good, in ways you can evaluate more clearly now than you could then. The Amazing World of Gumball holds up to that kind of scrutiny because it was doing something real, and the real thing doesn't expire. The mythology, the character depth, the specific texture of the world, these aren't things that only work for children. They work for anyone paying attention. The revival seems aware of this. It continues the show's characteristic intelligence without dumbing down or simplifying for what it might assume to be a new, younger audience. It picks up the threads it left and treats the audience as capable of following them. The change of voice actors for Gumball, Darwin and Anais is the most practically notable difference between the original run and the revival, and it's worth spending a moment on what this means and doesn't mean. Voice actor changes in animation are common, particularly for child characters. Since children grow and their voices change, it's expected that the 3 Watterson children would need to be recast after 6 years. The choice of new actors and how they do with the roles is what matters. Al Cayo Tiela as Gumball maintains the character's essential qualities: the confidence, the warmth, the specific quality of someone who is genuinely trying and frequently miscalculating. The voice is different enough that you notice it if you're listening for it. It's right enough that, after a few episodes, you stop noticing. I'd say the adjustment took me about 2 episodes, which is about as fast as those adjustments tend to go. Hero Hunter as Darwin similarly gets the character right in the ways that matter. Darwin's warmth, Darwin's particular kind of caring, these come through. The voice has its own quality, distinct from the original, that establishes itself as Darwin's voice for this chapter. Kinza Syed Khan as Anais is perhaps the most significant change, because Kyla Ray Kowalewski had been Anais for the entire original run and had made the character completely her own. The new Anais is a different voice making the same character's choices, and the character's choices are right, which is ultimately what matters. Teresa Gallagher and Dan Russell returning as Nicole and Richard provides the continuity that the show needs most. The parents who keep the family together, narratively and emotionally, stay the same. The children's voices change in the way that children's voices do. The parents remain. The mythology of the wonderfully weird world of Gumball in its first 2 seasons is doing what the mythology of the original run did in its first 2 seasons, establishing the ground, placing the seeds, letting things develop at a pace that rewards sustained attention. The void is still there. It receded after the rewrite, but it didn't disappear. The awesome store owner is an ongoing presence with unclear ultimate motives. Rob has shifted from antagonist to something more ambiguous. The world of Elmore has a structure that the show has been mapping carefully across more than a decade of episodes, and the structure isn't finished. Seasons 3 and 4 of the revival were announced before Season 2 had even aired, which is a commitment to the show's future that suggests Cartoon Network and the show's creators are planning for something more substantial than just a 2-season reunion. The story being told has more to tell. What that story becomes is genuinely uncertain. The show has established that its mythology can go places that most children's animated shows don't go, places about identity and belonging, and the structural unfairness of being a background character in a world that removes its mistakes. It's also established that it can be very funny about a goldfish trying to return a video game, and that this is not a contradiction. Whatever Gumball's next chapter is, it's working from a position of genuine creative integrity that it's maintained across a long time and a difficult gap. That's worth something I want to sit with. Before we move on, what it meant for the story to pause where it paused, for the amount of time it paused. The Inquisition ended with Rob falling into the void. That was 2019. The revival started in 2025. 6 years of Elmore frozen at the worst possible moment. Not a cliffhanger in the traditional sense, where the resolution is weeks away, but a genuine long pause. A story interrupted mid-sentence. During those 6 years, the people who had grown up with Gumball grew up more. Some of the children who'd watched it as their introduction to animated storytelling became teenagers and then young adults. The show occupied a specific place in their timeline, a thing that had ended wrong, that didn't have a proper conclusion, that existed somewhere between the version in memory and the version that might still happen. And then it happened. The wonderfully weird world of Gumball arrived and said, "The story continues." The sentence got finished. Rob got out of the void with help. The mythology picked up where it left off and moved forward. There's something about this that feels specific to this show and its themes. Gumball is a show about things that were sent away and came back, about background characters who insisted on existing, about the persistence of stories that were supposed to end. And the show itself did the thing it was about. It went away and came back. It wasn't finished by the absence, it returned. That's satisfying in a way that goes beyond just being glad the story continued. It's the show enacting its own themes. The revival has, in its 2 seasons, re-established the world of Elmore without simply repeating it. The Wattersons are the Wattersons. The school is the school. The void is still there, receded but not gone. Rob is still a presence, changed in nature, but not in personality. What's different is what's possible. The original series was written without knowing how long it would run, what would be renewed and what wouldn't, how much time there was to develop the mythology. The revival arrives with the benefit of knowing what the show became, of having the full arc of the original 6 seasons visible, of being able to build on it consciously rather than discovering it. This shows in how the mythology is handled. The revival doesn't need to seed things slowly. It can reference established lore with confidence, add to it deliberately, trust the audience to hold the accumulated context of the original series alongside what's new. It can do things that would have required more setup in Season 2 because Season 2 provided the setup 6 years ago. The result is a show that feels like the same show and also feels like the next chapter rather than the same chapter. The characters are a little more themselves. The mythology has a little more room to move. Elmore is still Elmore, which is both the same impossible photograph and cartoon mashup it's always been, and a world that survived the void and come back. That feels right. We've been at this for a while now. I want to end without summarising, because everything we've covered has already been said and doesn't need to be said again. What I'd rather do is just stay with it for a moment. Gumball is a show about a blue cat and a goldfish who live in a town where everyone is made from a different type of animation. That's where it starts. That's the logline. And it's accurate, and it tells you almost nothing. What it actually is when you spend time with it. A show about a family that is genuinely chaotic and genuinely loving, and how those 2 things coexist without the one cancelling out the other. About a world that has an immune system for mistakes, and what the existence of that system implies for the things it processes. About a background character who found a way to matter, slowly, through persistence and pain and occasional catastrophic misjudgment, and one act of quiet grace that nobody else witnessed. About a girl in a peanut shell who was a shape-shifting fairy the whole time. About a goldfish who grew legs one morning in a kitchen and became a person. These are, when I list them, strange things to be a show about. And the show knows this, and it keeps going anyway. I find it interesting that Gumball is still running. That after 6 seasons and 6 years and all the complications of development and distribution and everything else, it came back. The world of Elmore has a future. The void is still a problem. Rob is still in the story, on the other side of the void now, doing something more like helping. The family's still in the house on the residential street, still generating chaos at a rate that would exhaust any reasonable infrastructure. The void removes things it deems mistakes. Elmore is still here. The Wattersons, whatever they are, haven't been processed yet. There's something in that. I'm not entirely sure what, but I find it quietly encouraging. Something I've been thinking about while putting this together is the specific experience of watching Gumball at different ages. As a child, the comedy is the thing. The jokes are fast, the visual gags are abundant, the situations are wild, and the absurdity of a world where everyone is made from different animation styles doesn't seem strange, because nothing seems strange when you're a child, and the world is still largely made of novelty. As an adult, or at least as an older person watching it, you start seeing other things. The void stops being just a weird plot element and starts being something that articulates an anxiety you recognize from the real world. The anxiety of not mattering enough, of being the kind of person who gets forgotten, of being someone the world would process away if it noticed you weren't interesting enough to keep. And Rob stops being just the villain, a comedic obstacle, a recurring presence in the show's antagonist slot, and becomes something more specifically sad and more specifically interesting. A person who knows he was never supposed to matter, who knows the protagonist has an advantage over him written into the structure of the world, who tries anyway, who makes something of a role he didn't choose, and does it badly at first and gets better at it, and eventually does it in service of the people the world had tried to remove him, to protect. That reading is there in the original series. The revival is now airing it. It doesn't conclude. I find it good company at the end of 5 hours. The show that wouldn't quite let its forgotten characters stay forgotten. The show that made the background extra into someone you'd think about years after watching. That's enough for tonight. Rest well. Whatever you got from 5 hours in Elmore, whether you were awake for most of it or drifted in and out, I hope it was good company. The world of Gumball is one I find genuinely pleasant to spend time in, even in the parts where it's dark and strange and full of static, maybe especially in those parts. Good night.